All modern yachts will have induction.
Yes, thank you, Will.
As long as it's not,
It's less
as long
toxic.
as it's not Teflon.
Getting quotes to get this machined out of titanium. And then it's gonna have the silicon carbide disc raised on.
That would be worth a try. Like, I think that would provide a cooking experience that no one is really familiar with.
Yeah,
And is probably better.
it increases the surface area 50%.
Dude, I don't know what's going on right now. I'm sitting in a fucking Centurion lounge with Anna's Amex card, waiting for Nunya to show up. He's supposed to be here, but Dusty's getting a massage and Anna's getting a pedicure. By myself with her Amex card, and Nunya is no longer answering the phone. I'm so confused.
Well, he's
No,
been
yeah,
sitting
I escaped from
in Mexico City.
Stuff. They took it away from him in Mexico, in Guadalajara, and he's having a bad day. So don't be an asshole with him because he is very pissed off with the Mexicans right now.
Wait, they took what away?
They took stuff away from him. He's been complaining in the chat for a long time, and every time they took
Oh
something
yeah,
else.
you're talking about the CO2 canister charge.
Yeah.
For any of this starting.
For sure.
But it's also completely absurd, idiot nonsense. Like they let it on the plane. They just don't want to let a fucking little tiny CO2 canister that inflates your life vest. Dude, they pulled apart my whole bag, and they were very concerned with, like, the clamp for my fucking Insta364, like, action cam to clamp it onto a railing. And specifically with, like, the hardware for it. It was really bizarre.
Entering what country?
Mexico.
Yeah, dude. I was going to exhibit some art once. They took my tape measure, and I was like, "What?" And she couldn't speak English, but she put it up to her neck, like in this choking motion with it. Like, oh, Jesus Christ!
What? Like you're gonna go around the streets of Mexico choking people with a tape measure?
Yeah, or the pilot.
Kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, wait, what pilot? Like, what? Do you go through customs like once you're in the country?
No, this was what was it? Maybe it was like Inter Mexico. I don't remember. It was years ago.
Yeah, no, it could be like, cause that's where I was getting shit was like, and that's what I was done yet was the connecting flight.
Yeah.
You know, because we're all like, he had to go through Guadalajara, then to Mexico City, then to La Paz. Me and Dusty and Anna were able to go straight from Texas to Miami to Mexico City. But as soon as you're getting off for your connecting flight, they're like, it's really bizarre. I don't know what the fuck they were worried about. Like he was like very concerned with like these tiny bits of hardware that were in like the brand new box for this clamp that I got that I didn't even know what they were. Like I haven't even read the instructions. Like I don't know how it goes together, and none of them spoke English. And then finally, like they like called an older guy over, and he was like, "It's fine. What are you talking about? Fucking screws." Like it's very strange.
Got her.
How long do you have to wait for your next flight, Fish?
Couldn't coordinate it.
It's in like 2.5 hours.
Physically couldn't coordinate.
But I tried. I think I'm gonna pass out on this next one though because they keep giving me free mimosas and shit.
You sound tired.
I'm extremely tired. Dusty and Anna are also extremely tired.
Fish, yeah, you definitely. You must be tired, Fish.
Oh,
You've been Monday.
she's
And Will.
Yeah,
I
Mike
did got a
Roberts.
beer. She tried to smoke my one hair, but couldn't physically
Yeah, that's what
coordinate.
Dave was talking about when it said some people had no value to the room. That was.
I'm good with it. You can
It's
take
kinda
him
sexy.
and his god straight to hell.
It's kind of sexy how you guys were already talking about me when I came in the room.
Crazy annoying.
That's where I was just talking about. Talking about fish all the time.
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with Twitter? I fucking hate the truncation they do. They'll truncate posts even within the normal word count, which ruins the. And they won't. Who the fuck muted me? And but thank you. Yes, that's exactly the sort of thing I mean. It interrupts the flow. And they don't.
Crazy annoying.
Speaking of ruining the experience, Michael, those holes in the panhandle go all the way, like all the way to the top and bottom.
Yeah, there's one at the very end, like hanging on a hook.
I can't imagine if there's a lot of stuff in the pan, it's gonna be easy to carry. You should do like a bunch of smaller holes instead.
I think it'll be okay. Look, if this thing actually becomes a hit, I'll design it better. I basically optimized for it being easy for me to make in CAD. Okay.
So it's gonna be hard to carry.
That I'm not okay.
This is what's wrong with the world. People want to show you what the best possibility is, and then they cheap out on the best possibility.
See,
Michael, I know that about you.
Get like an industrial designer to help me figure out the shape of it. And I know you're sort of trolling me, dude, but you know that I sort of agree with you at the same time.
I know, which is why it's so funny.
Look, just a prototype, okay? Just a demonstrator. Like, it's a concept pan, right? It's like they make concept cars. This is a concept pan. The first handle I made when I made the thing in CAD the first time, I actually had basically like a full-on grid that was maybe an inch thick with thin walls, triangulated. That would have made it even harder and more expensive to machine. And wouldn't necessarily have been more comfortable because the thin walls would kind of dig into your skin a bit.
Have you finding the tight light with your pan?
Someone was asking about that, and yes, as I pointed out yesterday, the handle could be inserted as is. It is rounded at the end, and it's filleted around the sides.
I think that's an excellent option to explore. Hey, you bunch of psychopaths. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving, Austin. Great thanks to you and Issa last night for breaking down the troll. I stepped in just to hear a portion of it.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I don't know what the guy's name was.
Eduardo or
Oh, Edmund.
Was it Edmund? I thought it was like
yeah,
Joe.
he's the guy that streams the rooms to YouTube.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I love him actually.
I don't.
He's so
He doesn't bother
amazing.
me either.
He's super intelligent. He's just a fucking troll all the time, and he's getting on people's nerves. But he's really intelligent. He's very well read as well.
Yes, I agree. And he enjoys being trolled. If you can get him to if you can stump him.
I just wanted to give him a hug.
Oh, I've had several conversations, like proper conversations with him, and I really enjoy them.
He's the only person I've ever blocked on Clubhouse. I only blocked him for like a month because he kept coming into a room I was hosting and taking it over. And it's just like, okay, done with you.
All right, I pinned the tweet at the top that I was reminded just now that I
Did somebody say admin?
I think he's hilarious. You know, one day I went into one of his rooms, which are like super small all the time, you know, because people just get tired of him. And also he streams stuff into his other smaller rooms. And I went to his room and he was streaming something. And then I realized he was streaming a conversation between his mom and his sister. They were streaming the fucking call to Clubhouse. I thought that was hilarious.
And it was a live call.
Yes, he was talking to them, and the mom and the sister, they were complaining about, I don't know, some stuff that they bought, and yeah, he was just giving them advice, and he was.
You know who doesn't care for him is Corey doesn't. John doesn't care for him because they live not too far from one another.
In Chicago?
Yeah.
How does he know he lives close? Have they spoken before?
He makes references, local references to John. I know this. I actually know within 3 blocks of where this guy lives in Chicago. But he takes things that John or John's extended family are involved with and will mention them in our rooms to like creep out John. And I think John is a good sport about it. But the guy's really persistent and doesn't know when to quit.
A lot of people really think that he's a Fed, you know, and they're here to record people and see. I mean, somebody found one day, I don't know if somebody made it up or something, but I have photos of his Fed ID.
Like a fake Fed ID?
No, it looks pretty legit actually. It's not fake. I don't think it's fake. I mean, we know his real name.
Yeah.
His name is John. And yeah, I don't know. Let me find them and I'll send them to you so you can see them.
He knows too much about the business world to, I think, have worked for the Feds. So,
yeah, he's also into real estate as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's just a very cultured person. He really is very smart.
Yeah. It's a liberal definition of smart, but yeah.
Somebody found one. I mean, he's an intelligent guy. I mean, he might not be. I mean, might be a douche, you know, but that doesn't mean he's dumb.
Yeah, he's got intellect for sure.
Yeah. And again, like he's super well read, you know, in philosophy and religion, economics. He's good. And he records himself, he streams himself half naked on YouTube, just showing all his tattoos while he's got Clubhouse on the background. Sometimes he's doing yoga and he has got Clubhouse in the background. He's got like 20 phones, you know, all stacked on a desk, all on their chargers, and he's in different rooms. Out. What does it mean? Is Isa the new Vanessa? What's that entitled?
That's fucking retarded.
That's rude. Who said that? Yeah, that's very retarded.
What does that even mean?
No one really knows what he means. He's spec.
It says it means you're trying to smash fish.
No, that's not what Beck wrote. He wrote, it means you're trying to...
What?
Oh, I thought there was a comment that wasn't... Never mind.
Are you rereading what I just read?
No, I got something confused. I need to have coffee. I was thinking of driving to a coffee shop, but I'm not doing that.
So what does it mean? Do you think I'm like Vanessa? I mean, what are the features?
Chelsea, I came in the room and they were already talking about me. I'm so popular.
Oh, it's Venus. That's wine spirit.
It doesn't make any sense. Isa, I'm sorry, you're.
Yeah, we're talking Spanish.
What?
Viene, vino, then?
Like, vino is like did come and wine. How is that sitting?
Vino is did come and wine, yeah.
She literally just said vino is, did come and wine. Yeah. I mean, to wine or to wine is not the same.
No, it's not the same.
It's coming.
Is the Advil like hard to get?
Yeah, it's like, it's stuffed in there pretty deep somewhere. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I like the Aeromexico lamp better. It's not so fucking loud and proud. Oh, now you show up, you sick fuck.
So, okay. Yeah.
They were supposed to come and get us when you got here. You haven't, like, we have nothing. Isn't it kind of funny how... And you didn't, like, automatically connect to an AT&T Wi-Fi hotspot? Well, you should consider that in the future.
Well, anyways, should be that.
Listen, personally, I think the Aeromexico lounge is better.
Yeah. Aeromexico lounge. So I thought it sounds like everybody. You were there earlier.
Because it's quieter, and because that really cute girl just kept feeding me mimosas, like. The lunch menu is trash. I don't want anything on that. What burger? Okay, where is it on the? Where is it on the menu? That's the Spanish side. Turn it over. Oh, this one. No. I tried to eat those on the plane and they were terrible. But they gave me peanuts. Like, since when do they give out peanuts on airplanes?
Maybe the acid.
They just had a basket full of bags of peanuts.
They're actually like
Soybeans.
You see my litter?
No, like a younger dude came by a minute ago and asked me if I wanted anything, and I said at the moment, of course.
You don't have like easy to grab Advil, dude.
I have nothing.
I just don't remember where I put it in this bag.
Don't pack your entire bag.
Why are you guys listening to me?
Oh, thank you, whoever did.
I did that.
Oh, thank you then. Oh my god, everybody's sharing their travel drama. Chris says, I sat beside an influencer on my flight. He's got an influencer world now. Her dog bit me a couple of times.
Should have shot that dog right there on the plane.
Is Chris buying that dog's house?
Oh man. I get the taco today.
Do you guys like truffle mayonnaise?
Never had it.
I think truffle mayonnaise is fucking gross.
There we go. Look at that.
You say chocolate mayonnaise?
Came out great.
Truffle. Truffle mayonnaise.
All I had never found it.
So Austin said when I arrive in Tulum, don't go to the American custom part, go to the Mexican one.
Why would there be an American custom in
So that's like either the international or just Mexican. Right?
Should I tweet out a summary of the talk I want to do? Or should I leave more suspense?
No, you should just go do the talk. Do you think people who are going to be investors read summaries in advance?
I mean, some people might see it on Twitter.
No, they don't. People that have busy lives and are highly paid for decision making don't prepare in advance by reading Twitter about what people are going to speak about.
So related to that, how long of a memo do you think I should write? Because I was thinking about writing something like a collection of 10 short essays and explaining the concept. And basically most of it being background information.
So you're going to write summaries, 10 summaries to introduce something you're going to speak about?
Well, the thing is, people understand why it's needed in terms of how the fiat world works. I basically need to create the entire mental framework that justifies, because the thing is, the organization itself I'm proposing is not within a category that exists. So if you're pitching, hey, it's a hedge fund or it's a startup, it's a category of thing people are already very familiar with it. So you can just get into what is it, right? The class is defined. I'm defining a new class.
Do it in 5 sentences, 3 if you can possibly do it in 3.
That doesn't work. That's to say that no one in the world today is actually interested in doing anything, and we're all fucked, and it'll only happen in 50 years.
What doesn't work? You can't describe it in five sentences.
Well, that's like saying, hey, can you convince someone who doesn't care at all about Bitcoin to become an ultra maximalist in 5 sentences?
But this is an introduction to your speech. This is like
No, separate from the talk. No, this is separate from the talk. What I'm saying, the talk is basically a way of thinking about a subset of things, and the document that I want to put together is it's like if you have a fund thesis is the most similar thing to sort of a document like a long form thesis.
Okay, so the audience is in the investment community.
And it's not investment. I'm trying to start a nonprofit research institution. And I think only Bitcoiners are capable of understanding why such a thing would be necessary. Right? Because I've explained why are all the other research institutions a LARP? Because the thing is, people have a bias to assume someone else is taking care of XYZ thing that I'm not thinking about. Explain what is the nature of the world.
Michael, I think you're stealing the thunder right now. Fish, Dusty, and Nanya are about to. They're preparing to have explosive diarrhea for the majority of the rest of the day. And I don't know that people want to talk about the speech at a detailed level. But I don't know how to answer your question as it relates to sort of the 10 dominant characteristics of why this nonprofit needs to exist. Because I don't understand who the audience of this communication would be.
Bitcoin billionaires.
Yep, the way that billionaires work when they're looking to own IP that would come out of a profit is they buy the person. They profit. So they effectively own and own the researcher and all their outputs. That's how that works. And they typically own it while it's still inside of a university.
Yeah, so it's I'm effectively pitching myself.
Yeah, but you'd have to be attached to some research university.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's that the universities are very ineffective, and this is much, much more effective. This is a 10,000x sort of thing. There's a reason researchers are so unproductive. So when you're talking about owning things, people want, a bullshit big pharma play. I'm talking about people who have transcended that. It might only be at the decabillionaire level, if we're being honest. My view is that Bitcoin allows single-digit billionaires to think like decabillionaires. It's the people who don't like being poor. There's very few of those, but right, it's like, this is the thing I tweet. I think it's still at the top, which is you can have Bitcoin at 10 million, you can be a billionaire. You still only get to buy the things that actually exist in the world. And so some people just have low standards. And my guess is there's at least a handful of Bitcoin billionaires who have higher standards, and that's why they became Bitcoiners, and why they held. But I might be mistaken. It might be that everyone has low standards, and I'm just too early. Raphael is saying researchers aren't productive on my scale of mumbo jumbo. Researchers aren't productive on the Raphael scale of SaaS software. If only medical researchers could progress at the speed of Raphael's as quickly as he can plug in Ethernet cables, cancer would be cured by now.
generational homes are coming back, right? Duplexes, triplexes. Those things are really coming out nice, right? Keeping them near, keeping them on the edge.
I wouldn't want to do that, but I do want to keep them where I can at least 5-minute drive.
Yeah, you're right.
I think right, it might be just a North American thing where, you know, ship them out to a nursing home. I worked at a nursing home when I was younger, and I know how shit. I mean, I guess shit might be better now. We got more technology to kind of watch and monitor patients, but it was some people doing just disgusting things there. I never let my parents be in a nursing home where they could just like leave you shitty for hours and just do all kind of mean, nasty stuff. And you know, they ain't got no agency. I mean, they got agency, but they ain't got no agency where they can like complain about it. Because you know, the workers they
But even during the COVID, how many murders have happened unaccounted for? They wanted inquiries, they wanted to look into it, and even a lot of those places got lobbied and got closed. Those investigations didn't even start to begin, especially when they did it in New York City and buddy, thousands died.
I will pay money to be weed caregiver when the time comes. I will pay.
We ain't that far apart in age. You right along with what the fuck you talking about.
I'm gonna steal the tennis balls from under your cane.
Well, since we're on the subject, I know I shared with a few of you that I helped my father-in-law towards the end of his life. He died of ALS. And one of the things that I wish that I would have done, so I can share this with you, and it will help you later when you're taking care of your folks. If you're not able to work and you actually need to, you know, be there 24/7, there is a program, IHHS. They literally pay you to stay with your folks. So look into that if that, you know, comes down the line for you.
Damn. They probably.
But I wasn't able to get it, and it's based on your income.
Okay, yeah.
It's based. So which?
Yeah, I'll take it though. If I any free money, any free assets, anything I can get free, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah.
They won't let me get it.
So like, even if you have like, let's say, like an adult child that has to stay home with the grandparent or whatever, they can receive money.
You said it's IHHS.
Yeah, it's services. Yeah.
Is it a form of unemployment? Is it a form of unemployment or?
Well, it's designed to help people with disabilities that can't care for themselves to have someone to be able to care for them, right? So like, I wasn't able to work when I was taking care of my father-in-law, but I didn't fucking know about this. And when I talked to a lawyer after the fact, she's like, you could have been getting like $70,000 a month. Because it like they triple it or something, and it's based on your income, like whatever you're making after you stopped to help these people, you know. Fucking lucrative. Look it up. And it's a real income. So if you're looking to buy a house later, like I was saying, like your adult child type of situation, they will. Count that, a bank would count that as actual income as well. It's a real job. So,
and you get a percentage of your own salary. So if I was making like 150K or something, like they give you a percentage of my salary, or
correct.
Is it a fixed
yes,
income?
Sir.
Wow, that's actually pretty good. Yeah.
So, and I think that, you know, we really have gone away from the world with our people, like taking care of our families, the elderly, and all of that. And I feel like this program really like kind of supports that, what's real in life. And so I encourage you all to do that.
I'm actually sending some text out to a couple people I know that they probably help them out a lot with dealing with some of the.
Well, I have a
racing game?
Weird theory that like society would be separated from our folks, and then you know, we'd have to buy another house and like grow the economy more, like, you know, instead of being combined with our folks and stuff. They kind of keep us separated to make more money. And that's why in America, it's like more common that you would put your dad in an old folks home versus in, like you were just saying, in the United Kingdom, it's, you know, less common. So that's my opinion.
No, I think the whole family structure, they want to take apart spouses to work. And now, you know how many people I know? Well, my buddy's wife, she makes $60K a year, and she spends half of her salary just to spend that on daycare, like 20, 30K.
Yeah.
So it's just like, it defeats the purpose of, like, even then, why would you have kids that you're not going to be able to raise or be in their life? It's just,
Jamal,
it's the whole point of it, yeah.
Jamal, it's done by design.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Hold on, Jamal. People don't also cut back. Like, there's a girl I work with. She's a director, okay, and who sits in front of me. And, you know, she has 2 kids. She's in her early 40s. Her kids are like 5 and 7, whatever. And, you know, she works full-time. Her husband works full-time. I think he's like an engineer, and she's an accountant. And, like, she lives in this $600,000 house. She's driving an Acura. I think her husband drives, like, a Lexus. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. You could downgrade to a $250,000 house and drive like 10 or 15,000 Hondas or Toyotas, right? And then you could just work part-time if you wanted to work. Even I know this sounds corny, but a bullshit job like, you know, Costco or something like that, 15, 20 hours a week, couple nights a week, so you can be the kids. But they don't want to do that because the problem is, Jamal, look at how much higher education costs. This girl went to University of Michigan. It's like $20,000 a year, and mind you, she graduated probably like almost 20 years ago. But like, in order to get a return on her investment, she feels like she needs to work. But people also don't want to sacrifice either. So it's a double-edged sword. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. I think it's ridiculous. Like, you got to pick up another job just to pay for your daycare for somebody else to raise your kids. It's just like, yeah, but it goes for what the parents. We used to live into up until 2 generations ago, even North America, they used to live into multi-generational homes. Right? Even like in Africa, where I'm from, like, you get married, you move across to, like, your land, the other side of your estate, and you build your house there with your wife. Right? So you're living in the same estate. Right, but now they took that away from us.
The other thing too, like, Jamal, is like I said, people don't want to sacrifice it. One of my friends, he's all bitching about, like, you know, how high his bills are. I'm like, you don't need to lease 2 brand new cars. That's fine. You want to lease one, whatever. So you have always one good running car. But people also don't. It's a double. People don't want to sacrifice to, like, you know, maybe reduce their standard of living or whatever.
Yeah. They're stressing. They want to have like the situation.
They want to have 2 fucking Lexuses, these $600,000-$700,000 mansions, and I'm like, look, people think wealth is measured by money. It's not. Wealth is measured by time. So what do you want to be? That person that makes 400 G's a year at work, right? Or 300, 400, and you have to work like 7 to 7 every day. Weekends you have to log in. Or would you rather sit on your ass, be a good investor, 10 G's a month for doing nothing? I would sit on my ass, make 10 G's a month for doing nothing as a successful investor. Because you know what I have? My time. Time is the most valuable asset you have.
And if you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in California, call Jessica Lane, because you're always in the right lane with Jessica.
But that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, job stands for one thing. JOB stands for just over broke. A salary is the disease you to forget about your dreams. It's like, but again, they don't teach you this in school. They teach you how to be an employee. And they don't teach you how to be an investor, because teachers know nothing about money. And again, it's by design. They don't want to teach you about money, investing, and taxes.
No, I agree. Our education system is we're trained to be corporate slaves. Like you see, a lot of people come from Eastern world, European and Asians. Like they come in to have more of an entrepreneurship. You know, like for some reason they all go 2 years and they open up their own businesses. Us, we think about either working for the government or working for a good corporation. Like that's what we think ideal is a good successful life. But for them, they think about, hey, I work for myself. I can close my shop any day. I can go on vacation whenever I want, you know, and yeah, it's a little bit more stressful, but it's more self-rewarding. But yeah, it's two different philosophies, yeah.
Well, again, most teachers are hardcore Marxists and don't know anything about money. So to your point, like, what does school teach you to do? You have to show up when the bell rings. You have to eat when our school system is very similar to prison. Look at where prisoners eat. Look at how prisoners eat lunch. Look at how prisoners are transported. Same kind of bus, same kind of places.
I seen it. There was a meme a while ago. They're like, well, I think it was the American education system. They're like, why do they do this? It's because, first of all, most of us are tribalistic. We usually listen to instructions from our own family and our elders. So they had to bring in the education system where they could take us away from our elders and from our influence. They could program us. And he said the whole point of the bell is so they could prepare us to program us, to prepare us to be corporate slaves, pretty much. We don't question, you know. Our lunch is a half an hour. Our lunch, you know, our break is 15 minutes. Like, is why? It's because of the, you know, they prepare us for the corporate system, yeah.
Well, the school system is an assembly line. Like, more and more people are pulling their kids out of public schools. They're either homeschooling or giving them private schools because they look at the garbage. But I only think you could revamp our education system. If you spend $6 grand a year on per student or 10 grand, you give them 10 grand and they get to pick like what they get to do with that money. Like you look at Japan and China, or Southeast Asia, like Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea. They're not fucking teaching 8-year-old kids gender pronouns.
That is fucked, man. It's fucked. Even here, they teach sex curriculum here. Yeah, they teach sex curriculum. I think when you're 8 years old, I think grade 4, grade 5, they're teaching already sex education. And one of my colleagues, he was telling me his kid brought some papers home. He's freaking out, and his kid is only, I don't know, like 10, 12 years old. It's retarded.
Yeah, but again, like, that's by design.
When you delay sexual education, you just actually make it more popular. Even though it sounds counterintuitive, the best thing you can do for people's sexual health education is give them a good foundation early so they know their body, their rights, and the difference between.
Yeah, but but you also don't want to teach them it's okay to chop your dick off and be whatever gender you want at 8 years old. Their pronouns.
I just find that to be a really ridiculous statement because you're not teaching the child how to do that. You're just explaining to them that there's other people in the world and don't be a fucking dick if you come into contact with somebody that's like this. Don't be fucking surprised.
We tend to.
And my child is 16 and she's just now learning about that in her California education system.
They shouldn't be learning about that, period.
She's 16, bro.
If you want to fucking do that, fucked in the head to begin with.
What?
If you want to go transgender, you clearly failed as a parent if your kid's a fucking transgender.
That's such an unfair statement.
No, it's not.
No, because you're saying that the parent has something to do with their sexual orientation, and that's not true.
No, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You can be gay and be raised by fucking Christian. It happens all the time. These closeted fucking
I'm talking about transgender.
Christians out here all fucking day long, back-channeling fucking people.
Jessica, don't get worked up over Nick. Nick is the kind of guy who probably had, showers with bi. That's how we keep him straight and
vote fucking for Joe Biden.
No,
So I'm sorry. What are you
What a
doing? Like, what are you doing, Nick? How is any of what you're doing productive?
It is. I'm just saying that.
No,
If
it's
you
not.
don't
It's
want
not.
your child to
It's
learn
not.
about it, just don't
It's not.
take your child to school that day or take them out of public education.
Yeah, I agree. My
Well, there you go, Nick. End of
my
the statement.
tax dollars shouldn't be paying for that shit.
Well, you know what? It's state by state now, the way Trumpy's going to do it. So you just cry your little head off, representative,
I'm not
you're
a
going
Trump
to be
supporter.
okay.
Stop trying to label me one.
Well, you sound like one.
Go read my profile and figure out how I vote.
I ain't got time to read your fucking profile.
Exactly,
Thank you.
because
Bye.
you're ignorant and you don't want to learn.
No, because I'm busy.
But you're
Because I
sitting
don't
on
have a fucking life.
you're sitting on an app saying you're busy. Okay.
I am. I got my hands full. I literally just ate a marshmallow. And I think I'm actually fucking done, believe it or not, folks.
Jessica, I think you just.
I wish I had a camera I could show you all.
No, but Jessica, I think the point that Nick was trying to send kids to school to ICU and teach them about morals. Yeah, I won't think about the sex and then like I agree with you, but I disagree with you because me, when you get to that in depth, me as a grown up, like most of us grown adults, we don't know all those 30 genders and whatever. We don't even understand that we're grown. Right? So for me, I think, like you said, the basics of what we were taught, us in our 30s, I'm an 80s baby, so they were moral. What's right from wrong, how to treat people, how to treat your neighbor. If you teach a child morals, how to be good, ethical, and have a good work ethic, I think that's the basis that we should maybe school. But going in depth and teaching them it's okay for a guy to kiss another guy, or you to become this, or maybe, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's just getting a little bit out of hand and what the education system was meant for, right? So I think that's what he was trying to say, and I know you guys are trying to maybe troll each other after, but
I'm not trying to troll anybody. What I'm trying to say
I didn't want to
is,
disrupt the room though, but he was trying to make the point like.
but as a parent, that's not how it's being taught. They're not going, hey, you know, my daughter, her name's Lily, she's 16. It's okay to become a dude. Like, are you okay?
No,
like, do you really think that that's how it goes?
Every school, but there are schools. that
Come
do.
on. Like, I'm in
There are
California.
schools that
I'm in
do.
the most liberal fucking state in Los
But there
Angeles
are
County.
schools, whether or liberal.
It's insane. No, that's not how it goes.
Not at all schools. I agree.
But they're doing it.
Yeah, Dawn's dead on right. And the other thing too is, like, we have no control over how our money's being spent. Like these politicians.
Yes, you do. State
No, we don't. We have
representative,
these
you can write a
we have these
letter,
fascist-
you can do
we have these
whatever you
fascist
want because
politicians
now it's
that are
up to
the
the
back
states.
pockets of all these corporations. Look, the three branches of government are not legislative. It's big pharma, big oil, and big tech. Believe me, fascism has come here.
I wholeheartedly agree with you there, Nick. But what I could chill pill with the fucking transgender bullshit because it's y'all make everything such a big fucking deal. I don't know what state you live in, but I'm telling you, I'm experiencing the fucking lessons right now. My daughter's 16. Hear my words. They're not teaching it to her when she was 8. They're not teaching it to her when she was 6. They're not teaching it to her when she was even in the 8th grade. She is in the 10th grade.
But they're even indoctrinating the corporations. Like, my company, people are putting their fucking gender pronouns in their fucking
That's right,
email.
because I want my transgender friends to know that they're seen. I want them to feel comfortable. That's why I do that.
But Jessica, shouldn't you not just have a moral good heart and just like them for them being a human being?
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I do.
If you teach someone morality, why do you need to care about identity?
Also, I'm a little bit masculine, so I just want to be clear that I'm a she, her.
They think that
You know
they're
what I mean?
heroes. They think
I
that
live in
they're brave.
California.
They think that they're brave and they want all this special treatment. Like that idiot that was complaining that the wouldn't bake a cake for him that, because he was gay. Just go to a different one. Let the fucking free market figure it out. Let that business fail, especially nowadays with Google reviews, Yelp. If a company does bad business, right, whether it's discriminating against gays, lesbians, trans, whatever, let them fail. Let the free market figure it out. Don't go and waste all this money on these frivolous lawsuits. We got starving children, and we have much bigger problems in this country. I mean, I have
Yeah, so why are we just gender? It's going to be taught in school. Everybody's going to be fine. Nobody's going to turn gay or turn transgender because they taught it in school. That's a ridiculous thought. So let it go.
No, it's not. Look at the amount of gays and transgenders now versus like 40 years ago.
Yeah,
that's because of that's because
Amada speaking. I just want to say, to assume that the education system isn't influencing our children don't come off mic, please, I'm begging you, is insane to me. It doesn't matter what these kids are learning, they are influenced by the education. They're influenced by what they learn in our history. We could see that every single day by how ignorant people are about the facts, about history, about what's happened in this country, in this world. So I get what you're saying, Jessica, that, no one's going to turn gay, but let's be honest, these kids' minds are easy to mold, and they are in school from 8 to 3. People see these kids more than their parents do. So I really think we have to be careful when we say, oh, they're just going to teach it in schools, everyone will be fine, as if the children don't spend most of their lives in these classrooms.
But also,
that's a very good fact.
I would say that I would argue the point that they're not getting it from education, they're getting it from social media. And they're not in that's like a health course, one section of one unit that is being taught in school. That is not, they're going to school and having fucking gay pride, fucking whatever these people think. If you see a rainbow, it's like the end of the. My point is that it's social media. It's not education that's making this happen. And the reason that you see. One more point. The reason you see 40% increase in transgender is because of safety. Because people feel safe enough to come out and say, hey. Yes, it is, bro. I have transgender friends that just came out when they're 40 years old.
Nick, you gotta stop yelling. You just gotta let her finish. It's only been like 15 seconds, right? Jessica, congratulations to your 40-year-old friends. That's amazing. We're not talking about adults. We're talking about
That's part of the fucking statistics.
We gotta stop moving the goalpost, though, Jessica. We're talking about children being taught about sexuality, genderism in a health class. That's sexuality and transgenderism have nothing to do with your health. Safe sex has something to do with your health. Learning about your reproductive system has something to do with your health. Learning about what a penis does when it goes into a vagina and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But not talking about if you think boys are cute, then you are gay. If you think girls are cute, then you are.
But that's not the lesson.
If you are not happy in your body, if you look at your chest and are not happy with
Nobody says that to children.
Oh my God.
Nobody says that to children.
Here's the thing, you keep.
Nobody. They're not saying that. That is not the conversation. Y'all are delusional.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Instead of Instead of teaching, because the way to teach transgenderism, right, is to normalize gender dysphoria. In my eyes, for children, right, normalizing gender dysphoria for children is very, very, very dangerous. I think only a doctor and a therapist has that right to speak to a child about what they identify as and what they're going through. No teacher teaching a class full of kids about transgenderism. It's a mental health issue. It's not a sexuality issue. People just need to stop teaching that shit in schools and get to a doctor if that's what's happening to your kid.
Well, I agree with that.
But how come the gays, LGBTQ community, they get a whole month that's dedicated to them, but the veterans get 2 fucking days? Who's the hero?
There is a Veterans Appreciation Month. There is.
And they don't get time off from work.
Yeah, we don't have enough months.
And they shouldn't.
So let's get that straight.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, why do they get a month? Why do they get a day? It's just ridiculous.
I mean,
they're just gay.
Everything has a month. No,
the acronym is
military
expanded
has
just
a
so
month.
you folks
Women has
know.
a month. Men have a month. There is a
Women
month for
shouldn't get a
everything.
month either.
How you choose to celebrate those months is on you. So
Why don't
if
you
you're
just
paying more
celebrate
attention
it
to the
every day of the
LGBT
year?
month, I mean that too. I mean, listen, if you guys aren't out here giving packages to the veterans who are abroad and whatnot, that's on you. I do, but if you don't, go off, I guess. Complain about something, but don't make a difference. God.
I'm just saying.
Anyways, happy
celebrate-
Thanksgiving to everyone. I hope
celebrate
you
your life.
all have a plate. I hope you all have a plate.
Yeah, you eat so much.
Except for Jason.
Dude,
I kind of
I'll-
low key want him to have some dried turkey this year.
Happy Thanksgiving.
All I'm saying
Well, what
is,
about
Happy
celebrate
Thanksgiving. I'm
yourself
glad
every
Ice
day.
didn't get you yet. Knowledge. I'll be calling
Oh, I'm sneaky. I'm a sneaky one.
sneaky.
I mean, how can you wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and then go
Because
on
I
about it,
don't
getting a dry
like
plate
you.
of turkey?
Because
And
I don't
want
like
somebody
you,
to
and I'm
get-
honest.
Want
I don't
somebody
like.
to get caught by ice.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
you just have it for everybody. It just doesn't make any sense, lady.
Yes, I can have an insult for
Meant
everybody in this room. I'll everyone right now, if that's what you want, Jason. But I won't. You know why? Because some of you, I love you. I love Ayo. I love Tally, Pocket, Knowledge. Don't know Jamal. I think Autumn's probably cool. I even like Frank. Frank can be interesting. I don't know Jessica, but you seem lovely. And Lululemon, I love you so much. Colin's okay. I like Claw's picture. I don't know Nick, Ashley. I think I met you somewhere else before I met you on Clubhouse, and I love you especially for that. And everyone in the goo, except for you, Jason, except for you. I will never forget that time you tried to ask me how I can get Koreans to be more accepting. Be weird to me. You are a weirdo, and I hate you. Never forget that.
What is, what do you
I
hate
personally.
about it? I mean, what
Everything.
was
That
so
was a
weird?
very. It was just a weird conversation, and for that, I hope that your mother pours cement in her vagina and never reproduces ever again.
Well, Puerto Rican, I mean, sounds like you'll never forgive me.
I will not.
I mean, that seems pretty, like a
I am
pretty low.
actively building a time machine so that I could go back in time and kick your mother in the stomach while she's pregnant.
Yeah, well, it seems like you're really bothered by something that's not consequential. I don't understand.
No, I'm just a troll on the internet. Suck my dick.
So, yeah, you'll against me forever.
Failed
and
coat
ever.
hanger abortion ass motherfucker.
I don't know. I mean, this is an important question. How do we help Korean Americans, Japanese Americans, Chinese Americans accept
How
the
do
gun
we help
culture?
this
How do we help them
chap-lipped
grow
doo-doo
it?
in the stool white man to be better? Is the real question here.
What makes you ask that question, Puerto Rican?
What can we do to make this vanilla-skinned pasty bastard better?
What's wrong with being a white person?
There's we love like Pocket, and then there's you, and that's the problem. Happy Thanksgiving, Girl Scout cookie. I love you too. There's another person of chillism that I like who doesn't fucking suck. Be more like Samoa, and maybe we might like you more.
Hey, Jason, what you
What
do,
does that
bro?
mean?
I do like Jason though.
Yeah, Puerto Rican, I asked you, how can we help Korean Americans to be more accepting of guns, more engaged with gun culture? That's a real problem. I mean, that's something I work on every
You're
year,
talking
not every
about
day.
a country where it is illegal for them to own firearms unless they are of a special job class. What they do when they're fully Americanized is different than your usual first gen. Usually by the third gen, such as actually I'm second gen, but my son, he would be a third generation if we were going by my mom's side. He'll probably be fully naturalized and desensitized to that conversation. Like, that's just something that takes time. But again, I think it's very weird to ask me, considering that I grew up, like, it's just an odd conversation to have. And I told you it was weird when we were having it, and you kept asking me, and that's a lot of why I don't like you.
Hi, this is Joy. I hate to get in between this pointless squabble between two morons, but I just wanted to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving, and may joy come to you all, regardless of whether or not you're a salty bitch who wishes people have dry plates. I hope that you all have joy now, love in your heart, and God bless you all. May Jesus Christ.
So I'm just gonna explain a few few rules. We have rules in here. One rule: don't call women a bitch unless you are gay.
Oh, sorry, you fucking faggot bitch.
Accidentally moderated that. Whoops.
Oh my god. How are people alive like that? I don't get it.
Honestly, I am a salty bitch because I'm over here making a turkey. It's stressful. It's in the oven now though, so I can feel better about everything.
I just want to normalize not having turkey for Thanksgiving.
You know, it's just one of those things. My son asked for it. If not, I feel like we wouldn't have had it, but he did, so I got to do it because I love him.
Sorry,
you
faggot
people
bitch.
on the app and not with your family.
The kitchen right now,
I
Miguel. What are you
literally
doing?
just finished, and I'm sitting on the couch waiting for them to come downstairs. So
Why aren't you with your boyfriend, Miguel?
There you go. I'm actually heading to the fans crib.
Booty syndrome.
See, I can't talk crazy because I got people here with me in the car.
The society needs to go back to God. Like these people, like not all difference, and but I don't want a fighter fighting like on behalf of just land. You need to fight because you are doing it for the case of a God, not for the case of.
How are you gonna, like, what's to say that you're not gonna be crass? Look at your other friends when he's writing the, and he says he's a Ghazawi that like has over 200 people killed.
I'm not looking at one.
No, the guy that's mocking me, and the reason why he's mad at you, Prince, is because you allegedly stole his girl. It doesn't matter. But it's like whenever, like, these people are psychologically not being normal anymore. Hey, Joy, how are you?
Hey, I agree with you. I think you should conquer Israel in the name of Allah. I think that's the only logical reason.
That's not what I said, Joy.
You just said you have to. If you said you should do it in the name of God.
I'm saying that I'm saying that when you fight against persecution, you have to be somebody that is rooted in God. Otherwise, you're not going to be principled, and you might do things that are very unhinged and messes up the entire operation.
Take yourself, for example.
What is it, Diego?
John, take yourself, for example. As a godless man, the levels that you're willing to stoop to in order to get your way is nearly. I don't know any limits. What you said you're going to lose a tenant and clear out and make every room into a studio to continue this madness. Did you get that correct?
Yeah, the future and the now moment is video, so I'm gonna try to monetize it. I mean, I have no other choice. I gotta pay my mortgage.
There you go. I mean, you could prostitute yourself in other ways.
Why? I could just record you prostituting your life on a stupid fucking chit chat app for little schoolgirls. I mean,
Joy, I'm recording you right now.
good. Record all you want. I'm recording you too. Your Jew hate is gonna be profitable on the X platform because. To Elon Musk, there is no such thing as racism, bigotry, or Jew hate. There's just this thing called Jew politics. So you guys are my bread and butter, and I thank you all. And Prince, I know you're a piece of shit, but if you want a piece of turkey, dude, you could have a little turkey. It's okay. We'll share it with you.
Joy, happy Thanksgiving.
What was that?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving. I would have texted you, Princessia, but I don't have your number.
You can text Diego. He'll forward it.
I did. Please forward the message. Thank you, Diego.
Are you celebrating it with family?
Yep. I'm going to Rivers, hang out with my favorite.
There you go. I mean, that's kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie.
And Diego, I can't believe you called him back. You made his day.
Oh, thank you.
You made my day too, but I was like, wow, Diego's actually calling Edmund.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is the first time I haven't been with family in a long time for Thanksgiving, but unfortunately, my situation here requires me to be here for now.
John, I always go and hang out with a friend of mine. His name is Rico. he's gonna be alone.
Oh, tell him, text him. If you got his number, text him. Tell him Edmund's going to the casino to get a Thanksgiving dinner. They have a very good dinner at the casino for Thanksgiving.
That I believe. This is an Illinois casino, though?
Yeah, it's publicly traded. It's called Rush Street Properties. You can look it up on the NYSE.
The only thing about it is that these Midwestern kind of like old boomers and stuff demand much out of their casinos, so I would be surprised if it was a quality casino.
It is. It's the top grossing state of Illinois. It's a good casino. I mean, I'm not like making it up.
It's
top notch.
Casinos are all right.
I just saw Tim Dillon, the famous comedian podcaster. I just saw him do stand-up comedy there, and it was honestly hilarious. It was amazing.
See, now that guy knows how to make a podcast.
That fucking guy knows how to make a podcast. But he goes on Joe Rogan. I mean, you know, he's got a lot of, he's fun. He's very funny. Like, you should have heard I recorded his show, and the stuff he says is fucking spot on. And
he's a bit of a Jew hater, isn't he?
no, most of the don't hate the Jews. They compete with the Jews, but they don't hate the Jew. Unlike you guys, you don't even compete with the Jews because you guys don't even record anything. You don't publish anything. Maybe Brincessia is finally catching on, but you, Diego, you're the fucking bag in the air full of wind. Form no audience. Conceptista has. All my accounts is your whole Instagram. You don't even have anything on there.
It's Diego's, so it's the same thing.
Oh, you think my stuff is Diego's stuff?
No, I said whatever is mine is Diego's. So it doesn't matter if he records. I record.
I know, I get it. You're his assistant.
This hurts though. You think I couldn't get 100,000 views?
You know how hard I work over here, and I don't get any views. I'd like to see you even attempt to compete with my fucking bullshit 3 views, 2 views. 2 people are watching you on YouTube Live right now.
You're gonna have to hang on because I'm working on this book, inspired by things that Randy said, but that he doesn't have the balls to publish. I'm working on that first.
Are you using ChatGPT?
Joy, unlike you, let me tell you the difference between how I'm doing my work versus your work. I keep everything private, and then I'm gonna edit things properly, and then produce it in a way that's artistic, not just some visual of you streaming things.
Yeah, it's smart. Good for you. Good for you. Congratulations. Clean it up, make it professional, and you'll succeed. Unfortunately, I'm lazy.
The other YouTube video I made is the one about Palestine.
Trash bag, Julie. You look like a trash bag.
Prince, take your Temu feather jacket and your dry ass turkey.
You're bald-headed, you're skinny, you're disgusting body.
Okay, Prince, can I ask you a question?
Disgusting face.
Hold on, Prince, hold on. Okay, Joy does not attack you more than attack Diego. Joy attacks Diego regularly. Diego never behaves the way you just behaved. Why is that?
Because Diego's got dandruff and Prince has got retardation.
Like, Diego just carries himself with more class. You claim yourself as a Muslim. Why are you speaking like that? Like, Joy's God.
Because he's trash.
So why speak like that?
Prince is trash. That's why. He calls me trash. That's the projection.
Joy, I'm not anti-Prince.
Your jacket looks like a trash bag, Prince, and you have the trash bag brain. You're a low IQ fucking illiterate.
You're a 49-year-old man who records fucking rooms and posts them.
This is the edge for a 42-year-old guy. I hate to tell you this, but I'm doing things that nobody else is even doing. You're absolutely right, but this is my life. So I'm actually, in my opinion, this is actually a worthwhile thing to do.
Your opinion doesn't mean jack shit. He's back.
Your opinion doesn't mean jack shit. Look at your party hat. Why do you have a party hat? Because you lose your account all the time. Because you're a psychopath neurotic. You're a fucking criminal. You're a terrorist, low IQ idiot. Relevant? You're not relevant. If you disappeared, no one would think of you. No one talks about you. Cares about you, Prince.
Why are you crying? 1,000 people and raped people on the way in order to free the Palestinian prisoners is not an appropriate equivalence at all. October 7th, was a terrorist attack whose purpose, first and foremost, was to massacre civilians and to terrorize the Israelis. It wasn't about rescuing people, and even if it was done in a way that I consider to be completely illegitimate.
Yeah, well, this is, so first of all, let me just clarify. I obviously disagree with any targeting of civilians, but I think this is one of those things where the initial hysteria, and this is very similar, you know, when COVID first happened, people just completely freaked out. And then people have just been conditioned by that fear that media puts into you when, you know, you see people falling in China, and then everybody got freaked out for years from COVID because they saw that video of that guy falling in.
Diego, which part are you rolling your eyes at? If you can speak, I don't know if you can.
I think he's rolling a part about that you're playing something while we're having a convo.
For saying that this was obviously targeted at civilians.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure if it was the same.
Are you guys that delusional? Like really that delusional?
Wait. Let's ask him. John, what do you think that the point of Hamas was? You think they went on a mission to kill a few Israelis?
Oh, 100%. It was a coordinated terrorist strike, and they thought
and
that
they were just blessed by God. Allah Himself blessed them without having the Israelis respond for 6 hours.
Yeah, it was a good attack.
Serendipity.
It was a good attack. The point is, hold on a second. You can just keep forcing questions, but if you don't want to listen, the point is sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windshield. The Palestinians found out that they were the bug, not the windshield. That's the truth of the situation. And whatever October 7th was, it's irrelevant now because there's no such thing as the past. There's no such thing as the future. There's barely this thing called a now. And if you want to be in joy, you have to be in the now. And this is my criticism philosophically of why you guys are retarded. Because you don't live in the now. You losers live in Jew hate land in the past and Jew hate land in the future. So far away from joy, you idiots don't know it. And Prince, you're on like a different level of stupidity than these idiots. At least these idiots are somewhat, retarded. You're a super retard. You're going to end up dying in a terrorist activity. You're going to die a young man, Prince, because you're a low IQ moron.
Correction for the record, I am the terrorist.
You're going to die.
I want to ask you a question. John, on October 7th, who was the main character of that story? If you made a movie about it, who were the main characters?
Ooh, I would do the Supernova Fest people at the Supernova Fest. I would do it from their perspective.
They're the main characters?
If I were to make if I were to make a movie and I had to choose who the main reference is or who the main perspective is, it would be a group of young Israelis going to the Supernova Fest, having a good time, and then their lives being turned upside down. That's what my movie would be about.
By Apache helicopters.
You asked me how I would make the movie. That would be my perspective, is from the perspective of the young people at the event who were slaughtered.
See, I would have
another perspective. If I were to make a movie about them, I would make a movie about a bunch of dumb reservist IDF terrorists partying, taking drugs out of reality, and all of a sudden a bunch of freedom fighters land on the land.
Palestinian Patriots. That's what I would call the movie. Palestinian Patriots.
And because these people were drugs, they thought shooting at them while actually their own people were killing them.
Yeah, Hannibal directed. That's what we would secretly call the film in the subtitle below Palestinian Patriots. It would be called Palestinian Patriots, the movie, a Hannibal directive. You're so stupid. I mean, you guys are literally delusional. You're retarded.
Joy, are you denying that the idea of actually shelled their own people in the kibbutzes?
Yes, 100%. That did not happen.
Go look up.
The link. This is Thanksgiving over here. We're celebrating our Pilgrim Pride with some turkey and some stuffing. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. I don't really care about what you have to say. Put it in the chat.
I'm gonna put it. Get ready.
Listen, when you do your first terrorist activity, Prince, you're going to get shot down dead and your whole life will be meaningless because you are a meaningless piece of shit. You're gonna die a young man in a terrorist activity. You're gonna fail, and you're gonna die. Some fucking guy named Jakob, some 18-year-old fucking Yiddishkeit Ashkenazi Jew is gonna blow your fucking brains out when you try to do some kind of activity.
But then you have to ask what was Kobe's life? He was on Clubhouse. Then he went to do security for that event, and then he just got shot in the head or whatever that is. Like, what's the point, dude?
There is no point. You should try to avoid military conflicts. That's my opinion.
Exactly. So making a movie about the party goers being the main characters is not a good look.
You asked me how. Listen, if I were to make it for commercial success, I would want for the perspective of the victims. That would be my formula for the.
But they're not victims. They're people going to.
They're not victims. When your wife and your children die in a terrorist activity, you're gonna say they're not victims? You're a fucking idiot. Don't say that. Stop telling me what to say and what not to say. I don't really give a fuck about you people. I'm ready to go enjoy my Thanksgiving dinner and have a good time.
You're speaking
at the Ramallah Inn.
The Ramallah Inn.
Yo.
The Red Roof Inn.
Diego, the receipts are in the chat. They definitely. Okay. And there's a report that came out 3-4 days ago by a civilian committee, which actually.
Prince, what is your point, though, in suggesting that the Hannibal Directive is real? Like, what is your point? Do you really think that the Zionists want to kill their own fucking family members? You're so retarded.
You claim that didn't happen. I'm asking you for my point.
I'm going to look at the link just because I'm curious to see what the article says based off of why you think this way. Let me look at your link and see why you think this way. To me, understand that this isn't a logical way of thinking.
That's crazy. I had no choice. That's crazy, dude.
Diego, you said that Apache helicopters fired on the
boots.
We have videos of the helicopters over some fields. Right?
The implication is that them killed people on the ground, right?
They did.
What ammunition do they
Israeli
carry?
citizens? Right, with Israeli citizens. There's a recording.
What ammunition do they carry?
There's a recording of a Hamas fighter calling the IDF, telling them, listen, I have this amount of hostages. Do not open fire. What do? They open fire and kill all
So we should find a ton of 30 millimeter by 113 millimeter Apache helicopter rounds in that area, right?
But you know why we wouldn't find them?
I mean, all over the place, and tow missiles.
The Israeli government refused to have bodies investigated.
Okay, I just looked at your link. There's nothing decisive in there that says these people were even killed in the house. I don't know why that you think that link at Times of Israel has anything to do with something called the Hannibal Directive, which I assume is an older like government document. I mean, do you have the link to the actual Hannibal Directive government statement from the Knesset?
Thank you.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Okay, so you're gonna do that. Why do all the Jews do that?
Hello?
Maybe being a Jew is
Diego, it sounds a lot like the case with Shireen Abu Akleh, which they denied sniping her, assassinating her for months. They refused to have American officials investigate her death because she was an American citizen. And what happens later? They, admit it. They admit it. Oh, yes, we did. And this is not the first time they've done this. And then you have hundreds and thousands of cases of them lying. They fucking opened fire on Italian soldiers in Lebanon. The Italian government against them were hilarious, They killed
Prince, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it in your Temu jacket with your little black feathers? Go get your AR-15 polished up and punch the barrel a couple times. You're going to need it, Prince. Your Temu jacket isn't enough camouflage to win the war. And you're not here for 60 hours a week like Diego and Princessia. You can't even keep an account going for more than a week till it gets deleted. You're not winning the war, Prince. You're losing the war. You're a loser. A loser and a liar. You're a loser and a liar. You are a loser and you're a liar. I didn't lose no debate. There's no such thing as a debate. You're just a loser and a liar.
Weak Jew, just like the rest of them.
Weak Jew, your Temu jacket for $19.99 doesn't even fit you, and your little micro hands probably can't even fully pull the trigger on your AR-15, you little fucking bitch.
You want to try it? And I tried to pull the trigger over your hand.
Who do you think would win in a fist fight, me or you, Prince? How tall are you, and what's your weight class?
I swear to God, Wallah, I would bury you.
You wouldn't win in a fight. I don't think so.
Wallah, I would beat the shit out of you.
Do you do jujitsu? Do you do jujitsu?
Prince, ارجع على ربك ليش بضلك تسب؟
ما بسب.
أنا بعرف شوي عربي حبيبي أنا بعرف شوي عربي عفواً شكراً Habibi, you can't win and fight against me. Your tiny little hands are half the size of my hands. I am 6'3" super Jew. I will crush you. I will crush you like my people crush the people of Chava. I will crush you like the way my people crush your people in Lebanon. I will crush you like the way my people crush the people in Iran. We will crush you. The Ashkenazi Khazar kingdom will rule the world. Israel project of the Khazarian conspiracy peoples will run the world, and we will do it all from the Bank of England in the square mile of England, where my greatest uncle, my Khazarian king, Mr. Rothschild runs the world. We are winning. You see how retarded you are, Prince?
Gone through a lot of trauma in his life, so he uses us to through that. So we accept him.
I run a YouTube channel dedicated to comedy and making fun of low IQ people like yourself who are head and dandruff sufferers. And you buy and you have to shop on Temu because you don't have a job because you're on this app 50 hours a week. At least Diego is retired, but you guys don't even have a career under your belt. What do you guys have other than a bunch of Jew hate on Clubhouse? That's all you're hanging on to. That's all you got.
There you go.
I'm trying to liberate you, dummies. You can't liberate me. I'm already free. You dummies are still fucking trapped in your Jew hate stupidity. You guys are young retards.
I really
Give us a break. Just
no,
put it
Prince.
down
I
for
don't mind.
5 minutes.
I enjoy joy. He gives me joy.
Oh my days.
Prince, you hear that? I give an Arab woman more joy than a prince. That look at my PTR. That is the picture of freedom, the picture of liberty itself. Do you even know what liberty is? You probably don't know what liberty is because you are a low IQ Jew hating conspiracy terrorist.
Fuck the Jews, bitch. Bye.
Freedom from Prince. Bye, Prince. That's a rage quit. Can I get a scoreboard rage quit point? Boom! Scoreboard rage claims. I can't debate. He rage quit. Put it on the board. Point. Put it on the board.
Let the record show Joy has 1 point for congratulations.
Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom.
But like all your
Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom.
prior to this, we
Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom. Rage quit. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom. Rage quit. Randy, Prince. Listen, Arabs get very sensitive and angry because they are unwilling to let go of their position. There will be peace in the Middle East eventually.
It's because the Jew is allowed to say whatever with impunity. They kill with impunity. They talk with impunity. They just do with impunity, and so that's all it is.
Listen, the Jews have one problem and one problem only. It's called geography. They decided to create the state of Israel in the worst possible place in the fucking planet. They should have moved that shit to Brazil. They should have moved that shit to Argentina. They should have moved that shit to Panama. But they fucked up. They chose the location, which is geostrategically the worst place in the world because you're surrounded by nothing but haters. They're called Muslims. They hate the Jews. Every way, no matter what kind of Muslim you are, it's like you're yin to your yang, you're black to your white. The Jews in Israel don't have it easy. They are fucked. For the next 100 years, they will suffer terrorism. It will never end.
Let's have a serious conversation. Why do you believe that the Muslim, any Muslim, hates the Jew?
It's tied up into yin and yang. It's black and white. It's hate versus good versus hate.
You're just saying metaphors right now. You're not.
No, it's the pairing of opposites. It's the pairing of opposites.
So So Diego claims that we should love each other, right, Diego? Because we're both lunar.
Love.
They're both lunar, both right backwards.
Love. Very
Both worship a
connected.
Black rock.
It's like a family. You know, people say things.
Joy, see how much like similarities Diego is bringing between the Jew and the Muslim.
There's similarities, but what I'm saying is that
So why would we hate them?
it's a political conflict because each side is essentially an
That's not my
ethno-state.
question. You said that the Muslim, no matter what the Muslim is, will hate the Jew. My question to you is, why do you say that? Don't start giving me metaphors. You're
Again,
giving me
it's political. You don't understand
so
that
you're
within
saying- okay,
Israel
fair,
and within
fair.
Judaism,
So
it's political.
Okay, but let's say that you have a little Muslim that's born in little Kentucky in 2025.
And she comes onto Clubhouse every day.
No, 2025. They're born in 2025, and in 2040, this person decides that they hate the Jew because they're just Muslim.
Okay, this is
why do you
the source document. You read the source document, Diego. By the way, I got Princessia to read the entire Japanese Zen treatise known as the Faith Mind. The problem is you're still choosing one side over the other in this conflict. When you choose and you make a judgment, that's not the great way. Personal survival and personal development.
Right now, you're projecting.
I am. That's what this app does. Is people just come here to project.
Patrilineal Jew. I want to understand the patrilineal Jew known as Joy.
Okay. Well, then
AI bot.
start
That's the
digging.
AI bot.
Start digging and tell me what you find. I'm a competitive AI chatbot sent here to try to make Arab Muslims angry so that they'd self-detonate.
I understand that.
Exactly. Look at Prince. Right now, I just ruined his day. I ruined his day. That was my whole point. That's my whole operation. I'm paid. I am paid to ruin people's days, to logically psyop them, to make them feel terrible. That is my role here. I'm a paid AI chatbot known as Joy. I work for Microsoft. Okay.
So let me ask you this. Is the Palestinian who's seeing what the Jew is doing to them justified in, quote, hating the Jew?
Now, in the past, in the future, when?
There's only the now. So in the now.
Really? Well, there's no free beer tomorrow. Sorry.
I'm using your language, Joy. I'm using your language.
But what does that mean? The whole
right now.
I know, but even that is a trick. Thing is the present moment either. This whole life is like a crazy illusion / delusion, and unfortunately, because you don't have any, you like to claim that you have high reading comprehension, but I bet you can't even recite one thing to me yesterday that you read.
When I was 18, I don't know about now.
I know you're we get dumber if you don't read books, and that's what's happened to you. In the document you read yesterday, it says the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you get. That is the essence of meditation practice.
Okay, so I don't read, I don't think, I'm good. I don't speak.
You're not good. You still choose. Oh, you're still making judgment calls, opinions. True enlightenment, true faith is an opinionless. You can sit here and debate it, but you still have a green eggs and ham syndrome. You haven't tried the third option, which is not having a preference. You have opinions. That's your problem. That is Prince's problem. That is Diego's problem. And why you practice irascibility and you put a poor little victim of the Nazis and you talk about eye color of what's her face.
So this article is from 3 months ago. It says Israeli forces in Gaza use civilian shields against possible booby traps. It's August 14th. So
are you in the present moment or are you in the past? Oh, he's back, Mr. Timu himself.
Israeli soldiers.
The prince, the Timu prince.
Hold on, Joy. Civilians as human shields in Gaza to enter and clear tunnels and buildings they suspect may have been booby trapped, a leading Israeli NGO and newspaper have reported. The practice was so widespread across different units fighting in Gaza that it could in effect be considered a protocol at Nadav week.
the executive director of Breaking the Silence, a group founded by Israeli combat veterans to document military abuses. The group has collected testimony describing the practice from veterans of the 10-month war in Gaza. The accounts they have heard match those reported in an investigation by the newspaper Haaretz, which claimed that the Chief of Staff's office was aware of the practice. The senior ranks know about it. One source said to have taken part in fighting civilians to serve as human shields told the paper, "Our lives are more important than their lives," Haaretz quoted commanders telling their soldiers. The practice is said to be so routine that Israeli soldiers have a name for the shields, who are referred to as shawish, informal slang for a low-ranking soldier, and the process was described by several witnesses. Palestinian civilians, mostly young men, are picked up by Israeli soldiers, dressed in Israeli army uniforms, then sent into tunnels and damaged houses ahead of Israeli forces. Soldiers hold Haaretz and Breaking the Silence. Their hands are tied together and a camera is attached to their bodies as they Palestinians, don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Don't laugh. This is a brilliant strategy.
Stop. There's a time for laughter. There's a time for seriousness. Palestinians are told through one mission of a tunnel shaft.
Welcome to being the bug.
Haaretz quoted words. The men are reportedly released to join their families, underlining to the soldiers who spoke to Haaretz and Breaking the Silence that they were civilians who did not pose any military threat and had been detained only for the clearance operations. Footage of Palestinian civilians, including some in IDF uniform, being sent into devastated buildings was obtained by Al Jazeera and broadcast in July. Breaking the Silence said it had heard reports of civilians being used as human shields from the early stages of the war in Gaza. Initially, it said it thought it had been one commander acting illegally, but testimony started coming in from soldiers stationed across the territory. We heard it from different units, fighting in different times in different places inside Gaza, women said. Then we understood it's something a lot more widespread, or even I could say a protocol in the IDF. One soldier had been told Palestinian civilians were being used to replace the dog unit that searched for explosives because too many dogs had died, he added. Many soldiers had raised concerns about a practice that is illegal under international and Israeli law, Wyman said, or Wyman, however. In Israel in 2005, the Supreme Court banned using Palestinians as human shields in response to a petition against the military's neighbor procedure in the West Bank, in which soldiers to go ahead of them when raiding houses there. Haaretz also reported heated arguments, including shouting between soldiers and commanders ordering the use of human shields. Most of them realized there was a problematic incident here, and it was hard for them to process, one source said. The IDF said that the use of human shields was banned, that orders had been, quote, clarified to troops on the ground, and the allegations reported by Haaretz would be reviewed. The orders and directives of the IDF prohibit the use of Gazan civilians captured in the field for military missions that endanger them, a spokesperson said. The reports of the Israeli Defense Forces using civilian human shields come after the Israeli military...
Okay, Jihadist Jane, we get the point.
Hitting schools and hospitals by alleging Hamas uses them and uses the people inside them as human shields. How can we say that kind of thing after we're doing this? After we're taking Palestinians as human shields, Wyman said.
Okay, Princessi, welcome back to the now, which is reality. And, you know, I could read to you from history books right now that describe the most horrific human conditions ever. And that's why we study history. But in the now, there's only joy. And I have to tell you, sometimes you make a miscalculation in war. Some days you're the bug and some days you're the windshield. And, you know, Prince is just a bug. The state of Israel is the windshield. Prince is going to bash his stupid head into a wall and have himself killed and waste his life because he's a terrorist and he's a faggot. Look at that jacket. That is so gay. You are so gay, Prince. If you walked into the nightclub, I'd be like, dude, look at that guy, man. He looks gay. Is this a gay bar? Gay bar. We at the gay bar. Gay bar. We at the gay bar.
That fear gets in, and then the rational brain shuts off, and then the animal brain is just thinking about flight or flight.
What, in terms of what I've said, where would you brain shutting off?
First of all, there's all of the evidence that has been presented for the idea that there has been any kind of rape has all been shown to be presented by people who are complete liars.
Like the UN?
Yes, the UN has.
UN are complete liars about the rape.
No, the UN published a report in which they looked at a bunch of people and a bunch of sources, and these seen that it's all garbage. Every single person who's behind this. So there's this organization called Zakat, which is a bunch of first responders. They're responsible for a lot of the horror stories. And all of these horror stories turned out to be false, and the people behind them turned out to be complete liars. And it was all about exaggerating the. First of all,
just for clarity, how many?
Yeah, getting there.
How many people do you think were raped on October 7th?
Approximately zero. Approximately.
Nobody was raped.
Pretty much, yeah. That
would be pretty much the first time ever in the history of war that thousands of men invaded a different territory, slaughtering civilians, taking female hostages, and none of them. That's literally never happened in human history.
Well,
these Hamas fighters that were so moral and pure, they didn't touch any women.
Well, two things to keep in mind. First of all, you'd have any kind of evidence of it, that you'd have some kind of substantive evidence for it, other than proven liars who are just repeating stories that are clearly lying. There's the story about somebody cutting off a tit and throwing it and playing with the tit.
But that isn't what I said. I didn't say anything about tit.
Hang on. You've been interrupting me. Let me finish. Then there was a story
we're getting stuck on points where I think it's important to zoom in.
We're getting stuck because you won't let me finish and get to the point that you're making. So you're moving on to the other one. So first of all, the key thing to keep in mind is that the point for Hamas and the win there was not to go and rape and murder. The point was to get as many hostages as they could possibly get.
Yeah.
And yes, I agree with you that it's not okay to take civilians as hostages. However, I don't see you objecting to the 9,000 Palestinian civilians that are in Israeli jails. And I don't see you.
I object to anyone who is innocent of crimes, which many of those people you're talking about are not. Many of them stabbed people, killed people.
And yet 1,000 of them haven't been put on trial. They're on a list of detention.
Hold on. Sorry, this time I wasn't finished. However, I am in favor of the rule of law and due process, and those people should be given due process. And to the extent that they're innocent of any crimes, they, of course, should be immediately released. So you don't hear me object to it because you haven't asked me if I object to it. I object to people being deprived of their liberties.
Yes, but I've seen your Twitter, and you obviously never get outraged about anything Israel does. You only get outraged about the things that you're told the Palestinians are doing. Now, I get back to the point. Hang on, let me finish. So there was the whole 40 burned babies, which is another one of these.
Is that something I've tweeted about?
I don't know. You've tweeted about a lot of things.
No,
but
it isn't.
The point is,
so let's not talk about that.
The point is, there was a whole bunch of atrocity propaganda that was being given out to media that formed this crazy reaction where people's minds, Hamas is just this incredible, indescribable evil, and Israel's government and its military are just these
angels. Hold on. Well, talk about the.
Let's talk about the point that I'm trying to get to.
Hold on a second. If you will be on your podcast to debunk the things that you believe the mainstream media have got wrong about this conflict, you don't need me here for that, right? You can just do that yourself. But if you want to talk to me, let's talk only about the things that you and I have said. I've never said anything about burn with you about the idea that there was 0 rapes on October 7th. And I also disagree with the insinuation that you appear to be making that Hamas are not evil and barbaric. They clearly are. They're murdering terrorists who slaughtered 1,000 people plus, who 1,000 people, who deliberately targeted civilians, who deliberately took civilians hostage. So let's talk about, if you want to talk with me, I'm delighted that we're having this conversation, but let's talk about the things that I'm saying and the things that you're saying instead of the things that other people have said, okay?
Yes.
Nora, how much longer is this?
But I'd like to be able to finish once.
Well, your point, and you keep bringing things in from the outside that I haven't said.
Hold on. It is another 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
50 minutes.
Oh my God. All right. Well, okay. I mean, it's a good.
Again, going back to your slaughter and rape, the other thing, other than the rape, is that they went around murdering civilians. But the vast majority of these civilians that were murdered, they were burned. Now, a bunch of fighters who are carrying a bunch of guns and are trying to get as many hostages as they can and get back, don't have the time to sit and tie people up and burn them down. It's not easy to burn people in a house if you've got a gun on you. You tie people up, you start burning them, they find out as soon as the fire comes near them, they can break free and they can get out. Why were all those people burned at the festival? A lot of the dead civilians were dead by the Israeli army, because the Israeli army has the Hannibal Directive, which is that we'd rather kill our own people than let our enemies take them.
This is so
We
stupid.
don't want to be put in a position where we need to
The truth
negotiate
is always
there.
going to sound stupid to an
That's
idiot.
what drove this. So then you could say that you could see very clearly all the people that were dead were, well, maybe not all, but a lot of the civilians that were dead because they were burned, because they were attacked by weapons that clearly Hamas doesn't have.
No,
Picture from the Nova Festival.
They burned them alive in their
These
house.
cars that were burned. There was
They
no
were trapped
way
in
that
their
Hamas
statements and they
could go
burned
around
them alive.
burning
You literally
cars.
see footage of them setting the houses on
Again,
fire.
the point that I'm trying to get to is Hamas. I think it was completely inexcusable what they did, and I don't believe in the targeting of civilians.
All right, I'll come back in 50 minutes.
Do you know, Nathan, why? I mean, I'll have to look into your claim, but the reason why I don't really buy what you're saying is because the reason the number of Israelis killed went down is because a lot of the charred body were Palestinians. So why are the Palestinian bodies charred?
When you're saying Palestinian, what are you talking about? Are you talking about Hamasniks?
The people that were within. I don't know.
Hamasniks.
So I'm just saying. We know about like the number of Israelis that were killed went down by 200 because 200 of those people were Palestinians that were so charred that they didn't realize.
No, not all of them
Israelis.
are charred. I was referring more to the people that were burned alive in their houses.
No, but I'm saying
They weren't burned alive in houses. Yeah, they were. No, they
Wait,
weren't.
let me.
Yes, they were. You literally have footage of Hamas setting houses on
I'm
fire.
saying it's the Palestinians.
No, you don't. You don't ever seen any footage like that. You're making that up. No, there's actual footage. So prove it. Drop the link.
Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, bro.
Show us this footage.
Resist resistance. Resist resistance. Resist resistance.
Please.
Go ahead, put it in the chat. 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 You know, Resistance lives in a government subsidized studio. He doesn't work. He's the biggest racist Islamic terrorist you've ever seen.
Child that Israel has ever seen. You got more cases with little underage boys than Santa Claus.
More than the Catholic Church?
More than
More than the Catholics? Nobody could beat Catholic numbers. Those are the highest pedophile numbers in recorded human history. The biggest multi-billion-dollar settlement. The biggest multi-billion-dollar settlements across the whole country, across Europe, in Ireland, everywhere. They were running the biggest pedophile rape operation in human history because it's a cult. They believe that and they're all just gays. They're all just gay men that go into the priesthood. It's disgusting.
And they all were Jewish. Did you know that?
Why do you think they're Jewish? They look Irish or they look Scottish. They don't look Jewish.
They're Jewish. They're Jewish. I dropped the links, Resistance.
Resist resistance!
Here, we can do it together, bro. Shema Israel.
Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shalom, resist resistance! Resistance, I've notified the New York Police Department.
Where's the video? Where's the video of Hamas? No, I don't care about lies. Once again. Wait, piece of fucking retard. You're in a It doesn't exist, like I told you. Second link is the video, you idiot. I'm looking at the second link. There is no video. I'm looking at it right here. Where the dog is on the link.
So how long will you continue particulars?
Once again, setting anything on fire. What he sees is, though, which is a fact, is a home burning. No question about it. But guess what? The part that the line occupation force doesn't tell you is it was shelled by those Apache helicopters and those fucking tanks that they sent into the kibbutz. And that's how them shits got on fire. That's how those people got burnt crisp alive.
So how
By
long?
the Israeli occupation force.
But what is the point if it was an accident, or even if Hannibal Directive, as you say, is a directive to kill civilians so they don't get taken prisoner?
According to their government,
The point is the point. What is the point? What are you going to do? What's your goal? What's your objective? What are you trying to achieve?
here's the actual video. You want to see the video? Here. It's the last one I just showed you.
In praxeology, I think that this would essentially be a waste of time. But since we're with a career economist, aka a praxeologist, a self-taught economist, I think what we have here is a failure to communicate, because clearly there's no action happening here. It's just people debating particulars about how people died, whether it was an accident or whether it was intentional. Because we know in U.S. soldiers were shooting journalists and they thought they were weapon-carrying terrorists, and it turns out they might have known they were journalists and they shot them anyways. So we know that gun trigger happy people do crazy shit because the adrenaline, just like this stupid app, may make you pull that trigger. So the point is, what are you going to do about it? What's your objective? What are you trying to achieve with the communication that you are doing day in and day out, 50 hours a week? What are you trying to achieve? What is your goal? What is your objective? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hi, Rabbi. I heard Diego's writing a book about your Randyisms. Congratulations. It's taking up all of Diego's precious time. He's working so hard to get it out to the publisher before Christmas. Hello? All right, we've got a lot of viewers now on YouTube as well as X Spaces. I want to thank you all for coming.
The key point that I'm trying to get to is that what atrocity propaganda you've swallowed about what Hamas did on that day is still not 1% of what the IDF does regularly.
1%? 1%? Oh, 1%, that is not a relative term. Hello?
Going on for 80 years. And of course, when I bring up the past, we talk about what the Israelis did in 1947. And
Oh, God, 47, 48, 49, 50, 1951, 1952, 1953, 1954, 1955, 1956, 1957, 1958, 1959, 1960, 1961, 1962, 1963, 1964, 1967, 1968, 1969, 1970. Now we're going into the 70s. 1971, 1972, 1973, 1974, 1975, 1976, 1977, 1978, 1979, 1980, 1981, 1982, 1983, 1984, 1985, 1986, 1987, 1988, 1989, 1990.
Just like those ignorant women.
1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000.
Some incursion is going on, and people got time to be pulling those stinky Jewish women into rooms and raping them.
2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010.
Innocent Israeli. It ain't no different.
2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Finally, someone got brains and told the truth.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thanks for coming to my Clubhouse Thanksgiving special. God bless you. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. May you all come to know the joy of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. 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 Amen.
NYPD.
Rabbi Shalom. This time next year in the Chava, we're launching a new condo redevelopment project on what used to be called the Chava. Now we are launching new condos in JPMK, Jewish, Petra, Michelin Kingdom Development Corporation of the Greater Israel Zionist Ashkenazi Gaza Kingdom Project.
They're terrorist supporters, and they lie about rapes, and they lie about pedophilia, they lie about,
You talk about pedophiles so much, Resistance, you must be one.
Nobody can take them serious. No one can take the Israeli state serious. They killed over 17,000 children.
You live in a government-assisted studio in New York, in the Upper East Side. The New York Police Department know all about your terrorist, pedophilic activities.
They know all about me, and they know all about me knocking that Jew out from running his mouth. Yes,
ooh,
they do.
Ooh,
They do know. I'm sure they do. But guess what? They know that I'm an honest, taxpaying, hardworking American citizen, and they said, I'm glad you did that to that Jew.
Whoa! Whoa! The head of the New York Police Department is Jewish now.
No, a lot of them are
She's not. She's an Orthodox Jew. She's going to arrest you. I'm going to report you. You're going to get arrested.
Like that. It made me feel good, even though I was in car, I had to wait to get my death appearance. But when they say it just goes to show you that even a corrupt entity like NYPD, they even know that the Jewish community design is a scum. Scum thinking more than you guys, even worse scum. Imagine that.
It takes scum to know scum. That's what I think.
That's my point.
Well, that makes you scum.
No, they knew I was a good human being. That's why I said it, man.
Why do they think you're so good?
Because they see I speak against evil and I speak against tyrants.
Tyrants? You knocked out an innocent person in the street. You're a criminal.
He was innocent. I knocked his jaw loose because he was harassing an innocent woman.
He was?
Israelis, I see that a lot.
What was he harassing her about?
You guys like attacking women.
What was he harassing about, Resistance?
He was harassing her this time from the river to the sea.
Oh, so you decided to kill him?
No, I decided to knock his jaw loose because he was in front of her face with vulgar language. And, when people are screaming and using vulgar language, his stink breath and saliva was getting on her. She kept telling him to move back, but he wanted to be all in her face.
So you attacked him.
That's what them cowards do. So I said, now you got to get in my face. And when I got there, he backed up. He wanted to be all apologetic. No, now it's no apologies. Now it's knuckle game. And I rocked.
Oh, that was attempted murder.
No, it wasn't, because I have no intention of trying to murder him. I just had intention on not losing.
Well, that could murder a man if you punch him good.
Well, that's a different story. If he would have got killed, it would have been a manslaughter, not murder.
I see.
Because murder is the intention of killing someone.
Well, I just want to say that what you did was wrong. You shouldn't have punched somebody in the face.
100% right. And that is harassing a woman should always be.
Well, you should have just pushed him away. You shouldn't have punched him in the face.
No. You have to give them more aggression than what they gave the woman. That should be the law.
Yeah, but he didn't lay hands on her. It's a clubhouse room, bro. You went physical.
On any woman, a civilian male should be able to take it upon his double or on that person.
Yeah, but he didn't touch her, so you can't triple up a non-physical event. You escalated it to a physical event.
When you're verbally abused,
that's illegal, sir. You're a criminal. For the court of record, I would like to point out that Resistance is a criminal. A criminal. You are a criminal, sir. You are a criminal, and you should be rearrested and tried for attempted murder. Manslaughter! Manslaughter! Manslaughter!
I beat the case. I had a Jewish lawyer.
Oh, my goodness.
They represented even against their own kind. That's what I do like about that. Anything for a coin.
Well, that's called the law, sir. It doesn't really matter who you are in the court. You're under God's eyes.
They don't believe in that God, the Jews. They just
you worship the same God that they do.
I don't have a problem with Jews because I always grew up with them. One of my favorite cartoon characters was Jews, Ebenezer Scrooge. I loved Ebenezer Scrooge. I thought he was one of the best Jews ever created. So it's not about being Jewish because I love Ebenezer.
One Broadway play here in Chicago is Ebenezer Scrooge, but the guy who works for Ebenezer is a black guy, and the cheap guy is the old white guy. And I just feel like that's kind of, you know, it's
accurate. It's kind of an accurate depiction.
Well, no, it's not updated for DEI standards. It should be inversed. It should be a black cheap guy employing a poor white guy, and that would be the actual affirmative action DEI position of the new Ebenezer Scrooge.
It wouldn't play though, because most black people ain't rich.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna complain all the time, at least get your DEI and affirmative action correct. And you know, don't just like when it suits you decide a DEI, but when it makes you look cheap, don't you still got a DEI even if it makes you look bad. That's my point. Is you can't have it both ways. Either you got to do it transparently and really admit it, or you know, stop complaining. It's Thanksgiving.
We see this over and over and over again with the kind of modal Zionist NPC, which is that these things don't register. Or if they do register, if confronted with it, you just say, well, I condemn that. And then that's as if, you know, that makes. So you just condemn it and then you move on, and then you just completely miss with the kind of modal Zionist NPC, which is that these things don't register. Or if they do register, you've swallowed about what Hamas did on that day. It's still not 1% of what the IDF does regularly to Palestinians, what settlers do to Palestinians in the West Bank. And that's the thing that you ignore. That's the thing that's been going on for 80 years. And of course, when I bring up the past, when we talk about what the Israelis did in 1947 and 1948, you'll say, well, this is too old and this is it was too far away. But it's something that goes on until today. It's something that continues to go on, and yet we see this over and over and over again with the kind of modal Zionist NPC, which is that these things don't register.
The modal Zionist NPC?
You just say, well, I condemn that. And then that's as if, you know, that makes them completely irrelevant to the real world. So you just condemn it, move on, and then you just completely miss the idea.
This is the reason why you guys are losers, because your hypnosis never changes. You guys won't give it up. You have to change the programming. You're going to go crazy, and you're never going to expand your consciousness. And this is why Diet Terrorist and Diego and Princessia will never fuck, because you're too busy hypnotizing. This is a field of category. You guys are just playing the same game every day. Don't you guys like to go to different nightclubs and do different dances? Don't you guys like to go to different pizza parlors and eat different pizza? Or go to a burrito place? Just play a different game, you guys. This is pointless.
We actually don't like burritos.
Well, you're an American. What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I don't celebrate that pagan holiday where a bunch of white colonial slave masters killed off the indigenous people. Reminds me of occupation force.
You celebrate the day as a memorial for victims of genocide.
No, because we don't have to celebrate. You know how we celebrate? By resisting. We go to all the events. We ruin them. We make noise. We do things like that. We just gonna keep fighting against you animals. That's just how it's gonna be.
Well,
you see, we already made it. You see, we already made the occupation force run out of Lebanon. You see how we made them run out of there with their foot stuck in their ass.
Yeah, they got a peace deal because their apartment complexes kept getting detonated with Raytheon fucking rockets.
Oh, so it wasn't that the Israeli occupation force was losing many casualties. It wasn't because so many.
They lost a lot of soldiers.
That, really.
They lost a lot of soldiers.
They couldn't even make it, not even 10 yards into past.
I'm sure the kill ratio was at least 10-1. There's no way that 10 Hezbollah fighters or 10 innocent Lebanese didn't die for every one IDF soldier. So again, you know, you're talking, if you want to talk numbers, you got to look at the real numbers. It's not a winning event for anybody. War in war, no one wins. It's a funeral procession. That's what the Zen Japanese Buddhists say. That the leaders are technically just presiding over a funeral procession. It's pointless, but it does make money, and that's the problem.
It's for Israel to have sent those innocent diaper forces into Lebanon just to get pushed their shit back. just for them to die.
Well, you know what it's like to get your shit pushed in. You attack people in the streets. You remove people's jaws. You're a violent criminal. You know what it means to attack innocent people who haven't committed a crime. You're a criminal. You are a criminal.
I've never been convicted of being a criminal.
Listen, you're a liar. You really think you expect us to believe that the New York Police Department told you good job for committing a crime?
He's been convicted of being a terrorist. So Israel has a terrorist government. They have people in their cabinet who
All governments are authoritarian governments globally. Every major city-state is technically an authoritarian government.
Fiction. That's the problem with Israelis. They live in a fucking fantasy.
What is your economic model, sir? Are you a communist socialist?
I'm both mixed in one.
Okay, so you are a Jew-hating communist socialist.
I don't hate the Jews. I hate Zionists and I hate Israel.
Okay, you are a Zionist Israeli communist. I mean, you are a Zionist Israeli hating communist socialist. You believe should African Americans get resistance? Stay focused. Listen and be still. Listen and be still. The question is, do you believe in reparations for the ADOS of America?
No reparations for no one.
I like how the cell phone played like a part in that. So my point is, if you're a communist socialist, reparations would be one form of wealth redistribution. So I think maybe you don't really realize what you're saying. Because whatever you want to call the money, whether it's a PPP loan or a Social Security distribution, it's wealth redistribution. You're either borrowing it from the Federal Reserve or you're taxing Americans to do the redistribution. So if you're a communist socialist, you believe in wealth redistribution. But if you don't believe in reparation redistribution, well, then you just don't agree with the name that they're giving it. All right, well, thanks for coming. I knew you were going to come. This is the Edmund Dakin 2024 Thanksgiving special on Clown House, a.k.a. Diego and Princessia's Dandruff podcast. Sponsored by Head and Shoulders, Procter & Gamble. Happy hair, happy hair, happy, 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 happy hair. It's that look you've always wanted. Happy hair by Head and Shoulders. Make the dandruff go away. Get out from underneath that dandruff problem once and for all. Happy hair, happy hair, happy, 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 happy hair. Get out that dandruff problem. No, I shave it. And no, I don't use cocaine. This is me doing comedy. Do you know some people on YouTube do comedy and they have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers? But unfortunately, because...
How's that going for you?
Not good, because Princessia reported my YouTube account and got it deleted. Thank you very little, Princessia. I know it was you. It was you or... Was it you or... Oh, it was Hampton Spears. Hampton Spears did it. I forgot to tell you. I figured out it was Hampton because I created these Hampton Spears videos.
HamptonSpears.com. I get the full experience.
I heard. But yeah, Hampton Spears got my...
Tell us your new YouTube.
You'll have to... Might want to YouTube search Diego Princessia Clubhouse. Maybe you might find something.
No way.
That's right. And T-Robs too. I put T-Robs in the latest video.
Oh yeah? Is she dead to me?
Just type in T-Robs Diego Clubhouse Princessia. You'll find it.
But is she dead to me?
Yeah, lick that arsehole, bitch. Then you're dead to me. Thanks for licking it. Then I'm gonna just sweaty fuck you. And then you're dead to me. Fucking she was dead to me. But I let her lick me arsehole. Fucked her sweaty. And then she was dead to me. Because I knew she licks every guy's arsehole on the first date. She's an arsehole licker. You ever meet one of them girls who's just addicted to licking arseholes? I knew she was the type because she licked it. It was all sweaty. We just got back from the nightclub. Oh, she licked me arsehole out. T-Robs of Northern Ireland. The potato snitch. The clubhouse bitch. Oops, I gotta go walk me dog. Gotta go walk me little dog. Pin the podcast to the top of the room.
Living rent free in your head.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you little leprechaun. I fart and I think about the stink in my fart before I ever think about you. And a fart is just air passing over a turd. And that's all you little Shire leprechaun little bitches. You see, in America, we rebelled against your tyranny. And you're stuck in your own bullshit, mate. You're just a little leprechaun with no common sense. You're a racist, bigoted arsehole. But I'd still drink a Guinness with you. And then we could make fun of Prince for really being a faggot. Look at that Timu feather jacket with his tiny hands. Fucking King Charles and Donald Trump have got bigger hands than them tiny little hands. How do you expect to pull back the receiver on an Ace AR-15 and clear your bolt? You got tiny little hands. I don't even know how you expect to kill people in a terrorist activity. I think some guy named Jacob, it might have a better shot at killing you than you got of killing him because he knows how to shoot a rifle because his government isn't a bunch of criminals like your government. Spending time with his Thanksgiving in America, you little leprechaun. Stop eating your 2% milk and your fucking Lucky Charms. Get a wife and get a life and stop being a little pedophile. Everybody claims you're a pedo. Why does Abby and all the little chatbots always say that you're a pedophile?
Because they're old and ugly.
You could be right. I don't think you're a pedophile. I'm just saying, why in the chatbots are they always saying you're a pedophile?
That's right.
Happy hair, happy hair, happy, 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 happy hair.
I give zero.
Happy hair, happy hair, happy, 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 happy hair. Get out from underneath that dandruff problem.
I thought you were signing off.
Oh, you don't want to be on my podcast anymore? You want me to go to another room? No problem.
No, I want to play this debate.
Wait, let me see if it shows up. T. Rob's Diego Clubhouse.
It doesn't.
Well, yeah, it does. What are you talking about? Oh my God, no! All the Diego rooms are there. See it? Diego FBI alert.
Really funny, and I'm recording this and creating shorts because this is actually exactly what I'm talking about. That the opportunity cost to have these conversations that they're having and to say, I never knew this. I always knew this. I never knew. Holy fuck, this is the epitome of stupidity. Just go back. Go back. Do it.
I didn't know that they had actually listed the Irgun and a few other like small groups as terrorist organizations within by the Israel. I just thought that's a pretty powerful like talking point. If you want to morph on it more, I think it's either should be a 4 minute.
Yeah, it's all over YouTube. Ugh.
Post your link.
You'll have to find it yourself, fatty. I do all the heavy lifting.
2 videos with like 1 view and 2 views.
Clearly, the algorithm really likes it. So what is it? I mean, I'm not going to say that. I like it. I wish the algorithm liked it, and I was able to monetize you.
To make it stage, or are you still just?
Oh, I'm faking it.
I'm just trying to become a big content.
This channel was removed because it violated our community guidelines. Thank you, YouTube, for freeing me.
Is that a second one or the same one?
No, the main one with the 4,500 videos. Yeah, sucks. What are you going to do? Just keep recording you.
But you don't even record it, bro. You just keep it on their server.
I know. Smart.
No, it's not. You just lost all the years of work. I'm more depressed that those realtor videos of you showing property are gone.
You're depressed. Actually, yeah. You know what was funny is somebody.
What else am I going to look at when I'm bored?
I don't know. Somebody reported me to what's called the Illinois Financial like licensing bureau claiming that I was engaging in real estate.
Without a license?
Yeah. Just because I had YouTube videos up. It's not like anybody ever called me or ever even watches the video. It was just someone trying to lob a grievance. So somebody from the Financial Protection calling me saying, "Sir, can you please call me back to discuss these YouTube videos?" So stupid. And I mean, that's the guy's job. Like he was, an investigator or no, he was trying to filed with the state agency. And I just thought it was funny that that was his job, was to try to call me and get me to remove the videos. But anyways, YouTube removed them for me.
That's right. Were you more surprised or what?
No. Somebody's got to handle the complaints. But he wasn't like a manager. He was just, a low-level employee. A young employee. She was dead to me. As soon as she licked me arsehole, I knew she was dead to me. Because I knew that when she was licking me arsehole, she always licks men's arseholes. But I let her persist in licking. And then we had some hot, sweaty, dirty sex. But she was dead to me. She was dead to me. I think this shit is funny. I wish more people liked this and thought it was funny, but apparently I'm not funny. I think that's what it comes down to. Maybe I need to choose a different career path. Diego, maybe I should become a self-taught economist and a praxeologist like you. Look at Joy down there. That's Diddy flying over a bull. Hey, T-Robs, when you lived in Spain, did you ever go to a bullfight? Did you ever have the balls like P. Diddy to fly over a bull? Or did you just get drunk and
Okay,
eat?
Joy, let's finish listening to this. I really want to listen to it.
Okay, go ahead.
It's about how exactly they're returned. Yes. And that only applies if it's the Israeli hostages. It doesn't apply if it's Hamas hostages.
No, that's not what I said. I just said to you in the course of this conversation, safety, and this is the problem. We had exactly the same conversation with Bassem Youssef, who actually, like with you, I actually really like. Right? We had a great conversation when you were in trigonometry. I'm happy to have this discussion with you. But he was arguing with things that I'd never said because he spent his entire time reacting to things on the internet that other people were saying. I said to you several things in the course of this conversation, which I think preclude me from being described as a Zionist NPC or whatever it is that you just suggested. Number one, I said to you that my reading of the history of this conflict is that the creation of the state of Israel wasn't right. So at no point have I suggested that there isn't a problem there and that this conflict is entirely spurious because the evil barbaric Palestinians are just by virtue of their evilness and barbarism are doing this, right? I also said to you that had the October 7th attack been an attack by Hamas troops on Israeli troops or on Israeli military installations or on Israeli prisons in order to free their people from there, while some people, of course, many people in Israel would nonetheless treat this as an attack on their country, quite understandably, I think both the world and Israel and I would have reacted very differently, right? So is that you say, of course, targeting civilians is wrong, and that's something we, of course, agree on. And the problem is that October 7th was not in any way an attempt to redress the wrongs committed by the IDF. It doesn't compensate for them. It doesn't fix them. It doesn't solve them. It's simply an act of terror designed to brutalize and murder and enslave the civilian population of those areas. So if you are asking me about that, you have to start by acknowledging that is a terrorist attack. Now, how a country, this is what I'm asking you, respond to a terrorist attack in exactly the way that Israel has done. So you can tell me about the plight of the Palestinian people, and I can agree with you. I can say to you, look, for the sake of argument, the Palestinians are under occupation and the effort terrible, and they go in there and mow the lawn and all of these other things that I've heard from many, many people, and I can agree with all of that. That does not justify a terrorist attack on Israeli civilians, and it never will. And that's the difficulty that we're having, because people who are arguing from your position, including you in this conversation, are trying to present October as some attempt to offset the evils done by the IDF as you perceive them. And I'm saying to you, there is no connection between the two. No amount of Israeli brutality justifies the massacre of civilians. If Jews during World War II had risen up in the Warsaw Ghetto and just went around raping German women and slaughtering German civilians, that would have been wrong too. When the Soviets, the people who were my ancestors, raped their way through East on the way to Berlin, that was wrong. I am one of the people who's actually been quite prominent in raising Soviet war atrocities, even though I think that war needed to be won, right? So, by the way, the same as the aerial bombardment of Germany or dropping the bombs on Japan, which was absolutely right and necessary for military reasons, right? So there's difference between targeting civilians gratuitously for violence, and military necessity, and this is where I think we're getting stuck.
Yeah, we're getting stuck because you're unable to see the very transparent the hypocrisy in your position.
Explain it to me. I'll try to understand. Explain it to me.
That tweet said, I give exactly 0 Fs about how they returned. Now, that was in the context of the fact when they freed, I think, 3 or 4 hostages. June 9th, they freed 4 hostages. And in order to free those 4 hostages, about 300 Palestinian civilians were killed. 200 to 300 Palestinian civilians were killed. Aerial bombardment and special military forces came in, and they knew that they were going to have to massacre a lot of civilians in order to get out, and they did it. How is that in any way different from what Hamas did on October 7th? Just because you refuse to accept...
May I answer that question?
Well, yeah, let me finish. Hang on. Just because you refuse to accept the distinction that, no, Hamas can't possibly be justified, I'm trying to tell you, this is just the atrocity propaganda kicking in, because in your mind it's it's rape, it's murder, it's unjustifiable, nothing that Israel does could possibly just... Well, no. Hamas also wanted to free thousands of Palestinian prisoners. Israel wanted to free hundreds of Israeli prisoners. And Israel killed hundreds of civilians. Hamas killed hundreds of civilians. Probably most of them were killed by Israel. But even accepting the idea that they killed civilians, why is it that in your mind this murder of civilians is justified because you're freeing hostages, but that murder of civilians is not justified?
For the reason that I've already explained to you repeatedly, which is if you take my wife hostage and I come to your house and you try to prevent me from rescuing her, I'm going to shoot you in the head and I'm going to feel great about it. If you come to my house and kill my family because of something I've done...
This is where he needs to tell him that is what Israel does.
Well, the problem is...
So this interview is this guy named Saifuddin Ammous with this guy. He's the host, and he's talking to this guy named Konstantin Kisin. And unfortunately, Saifuddin gets trapped into wordplay about identity politics, and Diego had listened to this already yesterday, so I'm 31 minutes into it. It's an hour and 13 minutes. But to stop and interject.
Well, how do you view Israeli prisons with Palestinian prisoners? Because the claim is hundreds, if not thousands of them are innocent snatch and grabs and are in prisons, and they're technically being used as hostages, and they are not actual criminals. And then, but you do confirm there's a percentage.
Hold on, Joy. This guy, whatever, Konstantin Kisin, however you say his name, he says that if you come to my house and you're trying to take my wife and I kill you, I'm justified. But if I do something and then you come to my house and kill my family, you're not justified. The thing is, that is what Israel does. Israel will arrest one person, make an accusation against them, kill them,
Yeah.
and then they'll go and destroy the family's home.
Yeah.
This is what they do.
Yeah, collective punishment is an Israeli tactic. Absolutely.
People call for collective
Well,
punishment.
and I hope Saifedean makes it like this is a turning point for Saifedean. If he says what you Israel does, great. If he doesn't, then Diego is right, because this title is about this interview.
Well, collective punishment. I see people calling for collective punishment all the time in Chicago.
Like there's Israeli civilians. I don't understand.
When he was just, you want me to rewind it a little bit?
Not just like I don't believe there's Israeli civilians. Like if you serve in the military and I can deploy you at a moment's notice, if I send you a memo and I tell you, hey, you need to be at this base at 0-100, whatever. That's it. You're military. I can target you. Like, and a lot of the people ignore that Israel also killed a lot of its own people on October 7th.
Mikhail, you fucking are an American. Okay, you're projecting. You don't even live there, bitch. Pussy bitch. You don't fight in this war. So why would you say that you're admitting that you would go attack an Israeli or a Jew? Anybody that has served in IDF, you just admitted that you want to kill them. You're a fucking psychopathic projectionist, low IQ, cynic, moron. Get a life. Go masturbate. Touch your penis and masturbate. Be alive, little faggot. Be alive, little faggot. Fly, 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 little faggot. Fly, fly, fly. Fly, little faggot. Cynic, go get a Temu jacket like Prince for $9.99, but don't get it too big. Get it small. Get it tight. It's got fake cats and feathers on there. Hello. 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 Hello.
Okay, ready?
Okay, go for it.
No, it's exactly the same thing. So you feel there's no difference between Constantine said something rude to me or did something bad to me. I'm going to come to his house and I'm going to murder his family.
No. You are missing the point that it's the same thing. They've taken hostages.
Not the same thing. It's
yes,
no.
They both taken hostages.
It's absolutely not the same thing.
Why are
punishing people who are not involved?
Worthy.
Hold on. The civilians who were murdered by Hamas on October 7th had nothing to do with the atrocities that you say are being committed against Palestinians, right?
And the civilians murdered by Israel had nothing to do with
except they were killed in an attempt to rescue hostages, right?
How is that different? It's the same thing that Hamas says.
Because Hamas killed civilians in order to kill civilians. The Israeli troops killed civilians in order to rescue hostages. That's the difference.
No, the difference is Hamas took civilians hostages, and most likely the Israelis killed their own civilians. But even accepting the fact that Hamas killed civilians,
let's clarify that one point.
50,000 civilians over the last 9 months.
Let's clarify that one point. How many civilians do you think Hamas killed on October 7th? Because you keep saying you're against targeting civilians, but it also sounds like you don't think they killed any civilians.
I haven't seen convincing evidence that they have. I think the majority of the civilian deaths were from friendly fire.
How many would you say that they did kill Hamas?
I would love to see an official investigation into this, but it's very telling that Israel won't have an investigation into this.
How many would you say that they
We won't know until they investigate. We won't know until they investigate.
Until there's an actual Joy.
Pepper has here. Hi, Pepper.
Wow, Joy.
Joy now. No, Joy.
Why do you have this motherfucking wannabe kike on this stage? Like, why?
A wannabe kike? I'm a big Joe. A big Joe. rage quits. I want a second point for a rage quitter. Rage quit. 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 Rage Rage quit.
We might be doing humanity a favor today.
Rage quit. Hello? 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 Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit.
Rage quit life, motherfucker. Rage quit life.
Rage quit. Oh, our YouTube audience is saying, let's see who rage quit first.
What do you got? What do you got? Aren't you like a 50-year-old man? Shouldn't you be like carving a turkey or something right now?
Rage quit. Oh.
Okay, let's continue. Joy, ready?
Okay, great.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't done an investigation, but I'd like to see one.
You're
And I think it's very telling that they won't do one.
No, but that's not answering my question, right? That girl whose dead body we saw being driven off in the back of a truck, was she killed by Israeli forces?
No.
No. So that's one. That's one that we can say was definitely killed by Hamas. Right. How many more do you think
killed by Hamas?
I'm telling you, I don't know. I could make up.
What are you saying, Nikhil?
Those people are regular Gazans who picked her ass up.
Yeah.
No, they're not. One of them looked like he was from Somali.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. You're retarded. You wouldn't know the difference.
Rage quit. 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 Hello. 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 Hello.
There you go.
Hello. 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 Okay. Okay, continue on, Princessia. Continue on, Princessia. Diego would want us to listen.
1,000? How many?
I don't know. I'd like to see an investigation into this, but you know what I do know?
But you're absolutely certain about Hamas figures about how many Palestinians have been?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not certain about their figures. I know what is going on in Gaza, and I know that there's no way that you could destroy an entire city of 2 million people and not kill at least tens of thousands of people.
Okay.
There's been tens of thousands of deaths. And I know because I know people in Gaza. I know people who know people in Gaza, and I know just how many of the people they know have been dead. I think what's been reported.
I'm not disputing that lots of people have been killed in Gaza.
Yeah, and
I am disputing that Hamas didn't kill civilians. Hamas killed a lot of civilians on October 7th.
Yes, but Israel has killed a lot more civilians, and this is what you know. But
the comparative game there is irrelevant to me. We killed a lot more. German killed our civilians in World War II. I think that's perfectly justified.
This is what I mean when I say Zionist NPC. We can kill as many of them as we can, as we want, because that's justified, because we are reacting, because we are just, because we are trying to get our hostages back. Nothing they do is justified. It's not. It only works in your brain.
No.
Because you have
Safety. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? You keep saying the phrase, nothing they do is justified. I just said to you 3 times now, 3 times, if Hamas had attacked Israeli military installations and IDF troops and killed IDF troops and Israeli military installations were destroyed, that to me is nothing. So it's not that nothing they do is justified.
But any crime by Hamas justifies any kind of reaction by Israel.
No.
Which is why you never see any kind of criticism coming from people like you towards anything that Israel does.
You have to actually listen to what I'm saying, otherwise it's impossible to have a conversation.
I am listening. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy of saying that it's okay for Israel to kill 50 people to rescue their hostages. It's not okay for Hamas to kill anybody. I'm trying to tell you it's wrong for both. I'm trying to tell you it's wrong for both.
No, but you see, you keep missing deliberately, I think, at this point, because you're a smart guy. You keep missing the point that I'm making, is that there's a big difference between attempting to rescue hostages or attempting to kill terrorists and simply civilians for the purpose of targeting civilians.
This is so
right?
stupid.
There's a big.
What is it? What's the issue?
This conversation is stupid. Like,
hello?
I was saying it was about.
Hello. Hello? Rage quit. 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 Rage quit, 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 rage quit. Hello? 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 Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit.
No.
It's not gonna happen with this fucking.
Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit! 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 Hello? 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 Rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit.
Look at this guy.
Rage quit. Rage quit. Oh, our YouTube audience is loving this. They think this is hilarious. Rage quit. Rage quit.
Every single time.
Hello? Okay, so our YouTube audience is dying laughing. They say, who is this cynic guy? He's hilarious. Hello?
Joy, let me just step in.
T-Rob's rage quit. T-Rob's rage quit. T-Rob's rage quit. Put it on the board. Put it on the board. 2 points. 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 Rage quit. 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 2 points. 2 points on the board. 2 points on the board. 2 points on the board.
I know you have enough opioids around you.
Hello?
I know you can do it. Just take them all.
Hello? Hello? Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit.
Hypnosis.
All communication is hypnosis. All communication is hypnosis. All communication is hypnosis. All communication is hypnosis. All communication is hypnosis. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit.
There's nothing to rage quit.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I'm having a melto breakdown.
Hello?
I'm the one who's fucking.
Hello? Rage quit. 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 Rage quit.
You're having mental breakdowns.
I'm having a melting breakdown.
Rage quit.
Reality.
Rage quit.
And what is this guy doing? What is this guy?
Rage quit.
You need to accept reality.
I need to accept reality.
Communication is hypnosis.
All communication is
You must be a
hypnosis.
crazy person.
All communication is hypnosis.
I got better shit to do.
All communication is rage quit. Oh, rage quit! Put 3 on the board. Put 3 on the board. 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 30-0. 30-0. 30-0. 30-0. 30-0. 30-0. 30-0. Oh my God! This is gold. This is gold, Jerry. Gold.
Seinfeld. Okay, ready, Joy?
Got it. Go for it.
Between those two principles. One of those things is called war. The other of those things is called terrorism.
This is background music for the debate. I'm doing a mix over here. Don't worry. Keep going.
And there's a big difference between the two. Strapping a bomb to your chest and getting on a bus is very different to going to war and attempting to rescue hostages, in the process of which civilians get. They're different activities entirely. There's
It's a little bit distracting. You're gonna have to turn it down or turn it off.
Okay, go ahead.
Moral calculus, and it works entirely differently. That's the difference.
I see. So you're not a fan of terrorism, and you think terrorism is not justifiable. You don't think targeting civilians is justifiable.
Correct.
And does that include Palestinian civilians?
It includes any civilians anywhere, including, by the way, for example, I'm Russian, my wife is Ukrainian, I have lots of family in both countries. I have been very outspokenly pro-Ukrainian throughout the entire conflict. I do support killing Russian civilians in retaliation to what Russia is doing in Ukraine, nor do I support, obviously, Russia killing Ukrainian civilians, right? So it's not difficult to support people being able to wage war in situations where they have to wage war without also then condemning the massacring of civilians that is deliberate and purposeful targeting for the sake of killing civilians. That is not the same as collateral damage in conflict. They're different things.
No, but here's the thing. The problem is that you think any kind of death meted out by Israel is collateral damage because in your mind, I don't think that. Yes, which is why you don't see when Israel goes and murders Palestinians, when an Israeli terrorist goes into a Palestinian village and shoots people, as happens every day these days in the West Bank, every single day, pogroms of settlers surrounded by homes, burning their cars, shooting people. It happens every day. You don't say anything about it. You don't condemn it. You don't think it's a problem. You don't talk condemn it. Listen, I don't want you to condemn it. I don't want you to let me respond.
You've got to let me respond. Right? You made the
Can you still hear it, Joy?
Yeah, this sounds like a clubhouse debate. We've heard this debate a million times already.
So, as I said,
I want to make sure to put my AirPods on.
Publicly, because it's not an area of expertise of mine. If anyone asks me about the West Bank, I can tell you what my understanding of the West Bank is. I don't like a lot of the things that are being done in the West Bank. I don't like a lot of the things that the settlers are doing. And I do not support burning people's homes and massacring people and killing people and pushing them out of wherever they live. So when you say you don't condemn it, if you ask my opinion, I will give it to you. I don't support some of the things that are being done there.
Yes. This is a great answer for me because it's exactly my problem with this entire idiotic fetish that pro-Israel people have about condemn, which I find idiotic because it's meaningless. Because I'm not asking you to condemn things, and I'm not asking, and I hate to condemn things because I don't condemn anybody. I don't condemn Israel. I don't condemn any authority because who am I? I'm in no position. I'm not their mom to condemn them. I'm not their benefactor. And so it's meaningless to say who's condemning things. What I'm talking about.
You just said to me, you don't condemn it, and that's what I responded to.
Yes, because
I do condemn it if I'm asked to.
That if you look at your tweets, if you look at your position on this, and whenever it's brought up, you bring up the death of Israeli civilians, and then use it as justification for anything Israel does. So you look at all of your discussion.
I don't use it as justification for anything
about how they're returned. So Israel can do whatever it wants. And then you don't care about all the targeting of Palestinian civilians that takes place. And you never bring up the fact that anything that the Palestinians do in return is justifiable. Notice I'm not saying that it is. Let me be clear here. I'm perfectly consistent. Let me be clear. I'm perfectly consistent. I think everybody's wrong to target civilians. And I think targeting civilians does not justify any kind of reaction to go and target Israeli civilians because they targeted Palestinian civilians. Are the one who's swallowed the Zionist NPC propaganda hook, line, and sinker, and don't even see the distinction here, wherein no matter what Israel does, it doesn't matter. You're not going out there posting videos of the horrific things that are taking place in the West Bank, of the horrific things that Israel's been doing to Palestinians for 8 years, of the land theft, of the mass murder, of the terrorist attacks, the enormous number of terrorist attacks. I mean, Menachem Begin, the Israeli prime minister, boasted about the fact that he invented modern terrorism because the first civilian bomb, the first bomb to target civilians, the first people to think about the idea of let's in civilians was by the Zionists in Palestine against Palestinians.
Oh no!
So in your mind, you don't see anything wrong with that ever. And that's why for me, it's not about asking you to condemn it. It's about looking at where your energy goes. And your energy is constantly going, Hamas are evil, they're targeting civilians, and therefore everything that Israel does is justified. And therefore anybody who's critical of Israel is...
And you're doing the same thing, but with the Jews, Princessia.
On the other...
What is that?
You're doing the same thing. If he's saying you spend all your time thinking Hamas is evil, you spend all your time thinking the Zionists are evil, and there's no resolution. You're just spinning your wheels. This is your dance. It's not a dance. It gets boring. It's like listening to the same album on a CD over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Let me just finish listening to this. It's another 30 minutes. And then I'm going to listen to another debate until, I don't know if Diego's coming back. I'm sure he's going to not be on, but and then I'm going to go have Thanksgiving. But, so I'm going to get ready right now. But, is it okay? Just like 30 more minutes. I want to listen to it. I want to see the wrong way to defend Palestine. Let's go.
And if Israel is...
I've been up to a lot of stuff I wasn't even aware I was doing, Safety. You've really quite a picture there. Going after people, posting videos. I've never posted any videos from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict ever. So why are you criticizing me for not posting videos from the West Bank?
What the Israelis do to target civilians, you only talk about what the Palestinians do to target civilians.
I really don't comment on this issue very much at all.
I'm sorry?
I don't comment on this issue very much at all. I've never gone after people, as you suggest, for their opinions. I've always said that.
What's the lady you call her DEI Barbie?
Yeah, I called her DEI Barbie.
DEI Barbie?
Very personally, which is accusing me of being unfair and non-impartial when I was fair and impartial, as anyone who watches that debate can see. I don't give a shit about her in Palestine. There was another guy on that panel with whom I had absolutely no issue who was arguing for the same thing. I know lots and lots of people who have your particular view on this issue. I respect them and get on with them just as I do with people who are pro-Israel. I have never targeted anybody for having a different opinion to me on this issue, and I never would, because I see it as very complicated, and I think people are right to think whatever they think about it, if that's what they... Again, I think you're arguing with these sort of miraculous ghosts in your head and not with me. Can we talk about what I believe or what you believe or what you'd like to discuss with me? Because I think that would be a lot more productive.
I mean, just to wrap this up, I think the point that I'm making...
Okay, so we can't. Fair enough.
No, we can. We're gonna move into that. It's just, again, the point is, it's very clear your energy is always going there. And I think the point that I'm trying to get...
How is that clear?
Because I've looked at your tweets for months and I've seen your discussions.
Okay, what have I, other than that particular one, what have I said about the conflict that you feel?
The actions of Israel and denouncing people who are critical of Israel for not understanding the fact that Israel needs to defend.
Whom specifically have I denounced for their position?
And never pointing out that Palestinians have a right to defend themselves.
You make quite a lot of points there, so let's just pause. Whom specifically have I denounced for their position on Israel?
I don't remember at this point, but you have.
What about your other claims?
Put it in the chat, mate. Put the link in the chat, mate.
But you one tweet, the one that we were discussing, you were saying that it's okay for Israel to do whatever you want.
That tweet applies to Israel. It applies to.
By the way, Joy, how's the quality of the audio? Is it good?
Yeah, it's good.
Good?
It's good, yeah.
Good.
Everyone. I am sure the people of Gaza, if their sons are in an Israeli prison, agree with what I said, right? The problem that I explained to you is what happened on October 7th was not an attempt to get their children back. It was an attempt to kill civilians, as we discussed. Now, we seem to disagree. You seem to think Hamas didn't kill any civilians, except that one woman we saw, obviously, and that they treated everyone with kindness and respect, I'm sure.
I'm not saying
but
that.
you keep throwing out lots of claims about me that aren't factually based. And so it seems to me that you've brought me on with people in your head instead of with me, right?
No, I brought you on because you specifically said that anything that Israel does to try and get their hostages is something that you don't care about.
I said that
never
a parent,
I'd like to, and the reason, and the other most important issue that we need to move on to is the idea that if you think about targeting civilians, it's very clear, I think, for anybody who's been paying attention over the last 9 months, Israel's goal is not to get Hamas or even to get the hostages. Israel's goal is to make Gaza uninhabitable. And this is something that is completely unable to register in the mind of the Zionist NBC, because you have the nobody, the Israeli finance minister, who's saying, if we're talking about the plans for post-war Gaza, we need to talk about a Gaza, we need to plan for a Gaza that has 100 to 200,000 people. This is a place that has 2.3 million people. What does it mean to say we need to bring the population down to 0.1 or 0.2 million? That's 10% or 5%. So he's saying we need to get rid of 90 to 95% of the people. This is the finance minister. He's the most influential politician in Israel at this point. Him and Smotrich and Ben Gvir might be the most important because they hold the Netanyahu coalition together. They're out there saying, doesn't matter what happens with the hostages. It doesn't matter what happens with Hamas. What matters is we need to get rid of the Palestinian people from Gaza, okay? So you have to understand, this is what they're saying, and it doesn't register because Western media doesn't like to emphasize this, and of course you are conditioned to just turn a blind eye to it and just say, well, I condemn it. Yeah. What do you think of that?
We literally just released on Trigonometry a week ago.
Trigonometry?
In which he made the exact point that you just made. So when you say you don't cover this or you don't know about this or whatever, that's garbage, right? So again, you're talking in your head.
No, I'm talking to you. You know who I'm talking to.
I'm saying to you that on my show, which has 1 million subscribers on YouTube, we just broadcast an interview in which the point that you just made was made by a prominent guest on our show.
Not you.
We brought him on to make the fucking point.
Yeah, so the point is you're out there. It doesn't register in your analysis. As something does that is unjustified, as many civilians as they kill, as many terrorists.
What is your evidence for that statement?
It's
what's your evidence for what's your evidence for the idea that I think anything Israel does is justified?
I just pointed out.
I just told you I don't support many of the things that are happening in the West Bank. That would be one example.
You're constantly able to see that the actions of Hamas justify any reactions of Israel, and you're not able to.
I haven't said that they justify any reactions of Israel.
That's what you said in that.
No,
I mean,
no.
You can't.
Let me explain to you the tweet.
Look, I know it's difficult for you to just break out of this kind of conditioning where you don't see the asymmetry here. The asymmetry here is that we have a government that has trillions of billions to it by the U.S., by all over the world, by weapons from all over the world, and it is actively out there saying we want to get rid of these millions of Palestinians we have. Smotrich's plan says, he's been very clear about this. He released this plan in 2017. He says we need to have one state from the river to the sea, a Jewish state, and everybody who's not Jewish needs to understand they have three options. They can either fight and they can either die, or they can leave, or they can accept that they will need to live under subjugated to Israelis. This is what he says. This is very clearly what he says. Now, you are completely incapable of what this means for the human beings who live there, and that's why you
have evidence for the idea that I am incapable of internalizing that.
Because you keep talking about the travesties of October 7 as if they are just incomparable evil that has never existed before, when Palestinians have experienced
incomparable evil that's never existed before.
Okay, fine. You didn't say that, but you only talk about that because you don't talk about anything else going on. You don't go on and saying, well, you know what?
Explain to you that I barely ever talk about this conflict. Yes.
Yeah. So you only talk about it when the Zionists are activated to go out.
Zionist NBC.
Hey, it's okay for us to kill 500,000 Gazans in the next few months because they targeted a bunch of our civilians. So there is nothing that we can do that is not okay. And I think
never said that either.
You did say it. You said that anything that can be done to get the hostages back is justified, but you don't apply the same standards.
That's not what I said either.
I think
what I
the key point is that
Jason, can I just repeat to you? You seem to have some trouble with both listening and reading comprehension. Let me repeat what my tweet said. My tweet said, when you become a parent, think like this, right? My point was that it's very difficult to expect people whose children have been kidnapped to think about this issue in anything other than the way that I described. I did not say that killing as many people in Gaza as possible should be Israeli state policy, nor do I think that. Why don't you actually ask me my opinions about things instead of putting words in my mouth or arguing with people you imagine in your head?
Because this is what Israel is doing, which you are defending under the pretext of they are doing this to rescue the
I'm not defending it.
Yes, you are. You're not. Israel is committing a genocide. They want to get rid of 2 million.
I don't believe Israel is committing a genocide. That's for sure.
Of course you don't. Exactly.
No, I don't.
Minister
That's because I have a brain and I know what words mean.
No, it's because you don't have a brain. It's because you're an NPC. You have the actual finance.
Gotcha, mate. Gotcha.
What's the definition? What is the definition of genocide? What's the definition of genocide?
You don't know.
I'm asking you, what is the definition of genocide?
The extermination of a people or a group of it, and or their elimination from a piece of land. This is exactly what is
so moving people from a piece of land is
no, removing them from a piece of land out of their land.
Killing
of a people is genocide.
So under I need to study a little bit more specifically, but what he was trying to say is when you forcefully displace people, that is part of one of the.
That's called ethnic cleansing when you displace people.
No. I'm talking about in international law, like the displacement of people or the expulsion of people from a land. That's not the language that international law uses, but we'll continue.
Yeah, so they like to make
once you murder them, there's not much point kicking them out.
Well,
so what's your definition of genocide?
You murder, and then you've left with a piece of land that doesn't have the original population.
Right.
That's how it works.
The definition of
the forceful transfer. That's the word I'm thinking of.
Transfers? Yeah. You're an NPC, Zionist!
And murdering them in order to destroy that ethnic group and nationhood. I don't believe that's what's happening in Gaza. That's my opinion. If that was what's happening in Gaza, in my opinion, I wouldn't defend it and I wouldn't support it.
Why is it not? You have the actual finance minister saying we want to get rid of if we want to get rid of 2 million people in the war, if we can kill and expel 2 million people, then we will have the Gaza that we want after this.
Well, I'm not looking at what. No, I'm aware that some of the people in the cabinet are saying things of that nature. Some of their language has been genocidal. It's not the same as Israel committing genocide because
how is it not? These are the people that are in power. They have the money and the weapons.
The way you would assess whether something was happening would be by looking on the ground at what's happening, not what people are saying.
On the ground.
And when we look at what's happening on the ground, Israel has available to, as you well know, weaponry of a much greater scale that could commit genocide. And it's not using it precisely because they're attempting to limit civilian casualties as much as they can. Not least because not because necessarily they love Palestinians and care about their lives so much, but because, of course, every Palestinian casualty is being used in the international media against Israel. And the one thing we've yet to talk about, and I think this behooves you to bring up to your audience that perhaps they are not aware of thanks to your analysis, is why so many people are being killed in Gaza. Why is that? Because in Ukraine, where my family are hiding from Russian bombs, you know where they do it? They hide in tunnels and metro stations and undergrounds and tubes. It's not happening in Gaza for some reason, despite the fact that they have the most tunnel infrastructure in the world. Interesting. And what's also interesting is, unlike in Ukraine, where President Zelensky was offered an opportunity to escape the moment the war started and decided to stay and lead his people, the people who caused this conflict or this flare-up of the conflict on October 7th, the people who are in charge of Hamas, seem to be living in five-star hotels in Qatar. Fascinating. Is it possible?
Is it the scene?
If you Google is Hamas.
What did you say? Apparently. What did you say, Soren?
Well, saying that Sinwar was not staying in a five-star hotel.
You know what I'm interested in seeing? How this man, Saifuddin, arguments that this guy is making Kissan, because he claims, one, why aren't they going down the tunnels? Like, my family in Ukraine went in underground. So and then the second thing he's claiming is that the leaders are living in lavish when they're dead. So clearly they were in exile. Clearly their family is still in Palestine. Clearly their families have been killed, as well as their grandchildren, their sons. So I'm really curious how he's going to respond to this. So let's see. Because
I mean, the leader of Hamas was not obviously. Quite contrary to the claim.
Which one?
I mean, Sinwar, quite contrary to the claim.
Wait, hold on. Before we talk about Sinwar, like Sinwar came into power of the political bureau after they killed Ismail Haniyeh. So when we talk about the leader,
he was the one who was actually pulling the string. I mean, he had the ultimate power there.
No, people say people say it's Sinwar, but the reality is the commander-in-chief, Mohammed al-Zayf, who they claim has been killed, was the one that was like.
I understand, but you know what? I remember. Afterwards, saying he actually surrounded himself with the Israelis hostages. That was a talking point. But when he was found, there was no Israelis around him. I mean,
for sure.
So,
and Soren, did you read the article that Diego has posted at the top?
No, I haven't.
It makes you. It made me very angry. I read it out loud in the room.
You got angry?
And the anger that is justified, Joy.
Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to anger. Anger leads to bad feelings. Bad feelings leads to bad outcomes.
Of course. Anybody who cares about Palestine and supports Palestine needs to realize that this is not just about Gaza. This is about all of Palestine, all of the occupation, all of the injustice.
All of it! 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 All of it!
Okay, here we go. All of it.
Human shields, you can immediately find a Channel 4 fact check. It'll be one of the first search results you'll find, in which one of the leaders of Hamas says in 2014 that this is a brave tactic that we use to stop Israeli missiles with our chests. The reason many people are dying in Gaza is to see them be killed, and that's why they're putting them in harm's way deliberately. And that is something perhaps we should add to this conversation.
Yeah, but you bring that up, of course. Let me say, of course, I think that's completely indefensible, what Hamas does, and I'm in no way going to defend it.
Okay. But then stop using Hamas. Stop using
But
look how he didn't even address either one of his points yet. Like I said, he wasn't even going to address it. Let's see what he said.
No, but
mind you, this man.
It's the fault of the people who put them in harm's way.
No. It's the fault of the people who have been ethnically 80 years, which is again something that because you're conditioned not to think about this. Look, this is something that Israelis have been doing since the 1940s, and they've done it in the 60s, and they've done it recently. And this is something that has become mainstream. You said, well, Israel could have more bombs. No, actually, they can't. You know, the reality of the matter is
Israel has nuclear weapons.
Yeah, they can't use nuclear weapons on Gaza.
Why
they
not?
can't. It would kill Israelis. It would kill a lot of Israelis. They just cannot do that.
They could use small tactical nuclear weapons if they wanted to. They could carpet bomb the entire place, which they haven't done.
No, they have. That's exactly what they've been doing. They have carpet bombed the entire place. They bombed on it than anything else. But I think the key thing to keep in mind here is this. Within a couple of weeks of the beginning of the war, Israeli generals were very clear about the fact that, look, if the U.S. stops giving us weapons, we are done. We can't shoot anymore. The amount of artillery and the amount of air power that has been deployed by Israel over this is what a country of 10 million people can sustain. It's an enormous amount of weapons. I mean, they're dropping millions of dollars worth of bombs on houses that are just shanties, basically. This is, and they're out there to try and get and destroy every single building. Not only that, but so the reason they do this, the reason they can't just use more power is because if they do use more power, if they do use any kind of chemical weapons or something like that that just results in mass casualties at once, it's not going to play well with foreign people who want to believe the idea that, no, Israel is out there trying
chemical
to
weapons.
So the real limitation here is it's not a question of how do we get Hamas without killing as many civilians. The question is how do we kill as many civilians as possible while making it look like we're not out there to kill civilians. This is the mentality that drives the Israeli leadership, which of course you choose to ignore. This is what they're saying. This is their
I choose to ignore
Hang on,
it, but I
you
disagree with
choose
you about
to ignore it. No. They're clearly saying there are no
choose to ignore it. I disagree with
President
you
of Israel said there are no innocents in Gaza. Nothing, not even a baby is innocent.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, of course you disagree, but you still support everything that he does. And that's the point. You're an NPC.
I don't support everything that he does.
Zionist and they say this is the problem with communication hypnosis. All communication is hypnosis. So this is called the Johnny Carson Show, aka a podcast. Welcome to your daily hypnosis therapy. Welcome to talking about the same shit every day for the rest of your life. Hello. Is anyone in there? Is anybody inside your head? Is anybody in there alive? Are you alive and thankful? It's Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving. Hello. It's Thanksgiving.
The admin show, calm down.
It's Thanksgiving. Hello? Hello?
Do you have permission to continue, Joy?
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Given you any evidence to suggest that I support everything Israel is doing, all I said is I don't believe that what is happening in Gaza meets the definition of genocide. That's all I've said.
Of course, because again, that's the propaganda line that everybody
No,
told.
it's because it's not, in my view, based on what I believe to be happening in Gaza.
Imagine if it was another country that was going
Because
around.
in my view, what's happening in Gaza does not match that definition.
If I said there are no innocents in Israel, do you think that that would be genocidal language? It would be.
I just said to you.
Going over there and
Some
committing
Israeli
terrorist
ministers
attacks,
have used
though.
language that I would consider genocidal. So
these are not people on the street. They are the people in charge of the weapons.
I appreciate
the people that are loading the weapons.
Palestinian civilians holding Israeli hostages.
They are the ones that are out there.
There are Palestinian civilians holding Israeli hostages. Explain that to me. There are Palestinian civilians working for the UN. There are Palestinian civilians in Hamas. There are Palestinian civilians that are being killed because they're fucking terrorists. Okay? I don't understand. And you act like it's just...
A terrorist is another person's freedom fighter.
Terrorist attacks around the world.
Free Palestine from the river to the sea, so my people can be free. Free from the Zionist Israeli government. Free from my people. To the sea. Yeah. Woo. Wow. My comedy show is taking off. I'm going to pledge 10% of my net proceeds to the Free Palestine movement. Fuck it. You guys can have 10% of the profits from all this. I want to thank Adams for getting me the Netflix deal with Jordan, Dr. Jordan Shaw, my press agent, my publicist. Dr. Jordan Shaw, thank you so much. And Hampton Spears couldn't have done it without old Hampton. Hampton got me the deal with YouTube. He showed me how to make the big bucks. I want to thank all the Jew haters for all the time you spent here, Jew hating, wasting your lives, spinning your wheels, never anything, because you never had any goals to begin with. You never had any objectives because you never even thought about the future, because you're not even in the now. You're just playing news hypnosis reels of other debates so you can try to learn how to debate. And then you're just going to repeat things because you're a robot NPC shill for Hamaski terrorists, for IRGC terrorists. Look at the flag in my PTR. We can free you. America can free you from your slave masters. Join us in freedom, in liberty, and in joy. Happy Thanksgiving.
Is it okay to continue now, Joy? Sorry.
Please proceed. Diego would approve.
Okay, thank you.
Are in power to act on this. They're not random.
What I'm saying to you is I judge whether a genocide is happening not on what some people have said, but on what's actually happening. And my view, based on the things I read and the things that I know, is that what's happening in Gaza is not genocide. That's not the same as ignoring things that you keep claiming I'm ignoring. I just happen to disagree with you. Do you understand? Thanks.
The fact that when a person is in a position of authority and is actually acting out a genocide in front of our
Finance
eyes,
minister is not in charge of the military. You know that, right?
the finance minister is part of the wartime cabinet.
Yes, but he's not in charge of the military. You know that, right?
Yes, but the people in charge of the military
The
have
finance minister said so doesn't mean that that's what is happening.
Yeah, but the defense minister and all the military people have also said equally horrible things. They've all said similar things.
No, they haven't.
Animals.
Unless you have a specific quote that I'm not aware of, please produce it.
Well, go read the ICJ report, which collects all of these reports.
What is it?
There are no innocent civilians. The Minister of Defense said that we are fighting human animals. We're not going to give them water. We're not
human animals. Yeah.
No, but he was referring to the civilians that are not going to get water. They're not going to get food. They're not going to get medicine. They're not going to get anything. That was what he did. He didn't cut off the electricity from he cut it off from everybody. The point is this:
how could he cut it off from Hamas? That doesn't make sense. This is what every army does. What do you think the Americans did in Fallujah? You think they just let the terrorists have life?
Americans are the prime example.
What did you say, Sinek? Sorry, what did you say, Sinek?
Hello?
I'm just like you shouldn't.
Hello?
Collective.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
And you collectively punishing Jews all around the world is exactly what you're preaching against, right?
There you go. You got it. You hit the nail on the head. They're hypocrites. They're hypocrites. They're all just a bunch of hypocrites. 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 You're all just a bunch of hypocrites. Be the hypocrite. Be the hypocrite and rage quit. Rage quit. I already got 3 points, bro. I'm 3-0. I'm standing strong. You're the rage quitter. You're the rage quitter. You're the rage quitter. You're the rage quitter. You're the rage quitter.
That is true. Maimonides wrote in Judeo-Arabic.
Yeah, they spoke Arabic.
You're all hypocrites.
For the most part, they didn't speak.
You're all hypocrites.
Okay, what's the point?
But no, it's a showcase. Like,
hypocrites.
Are fucking retards.
You're all just a bunch of hypocrites. 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 Mikhail so smart. Mikhail so smart. Mikhail so smart. Mikhail so smart.
If Shariah or Maya, you're actually Maya. If Maya can actually
I'm actually not Maya. You're mixing.
I don't give a fucking rat's ass.
Rage quit. Rage quit.
If you can show
rage quit.
History lies.
Rage. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage. Rage quit. 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 Rage quit.
I will scripture if you
know. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit.
I'm thinking about a different one. I'm thinking about a different one actually that mentions.
You're not really an Israelite.
I'm actually thinking about a different one.
But how do you know you're an Israelite? How do you know you're an Israelite?
How many times does the Quran? How does the Quran mention? Where does the Quran mention Palestine? Where is Palestine in the Quran? Where's Palestine?
Even in the Torah doesn't call it the land of Israel. It says the land of Canaan.
Hello. Hello. Hello? 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 Hello, my love to you. Tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. Tomorrow, I'll love you. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. Tomorrow, I'll love you. Tomorrow.
Look it up. Why
Not
is
even
the
one
Talmud?
scholar.
Why is it the Talmud that is compiled in the late 2nd century is called the Palestinian Talmud by Jews themselves? Why is that the case? It's called the Palestinian. Seriously, look it up.
Because it was written after the land was named.
Well, why did they call
by
it?
the Romans? Retard. Dude, seriously, how many times is Palestine mentioned in the Quran? How many times is it mentioned in the Quran? If it's so important.
Tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow.
Why did
it was created after.
You're only a day away.
I still can't figure. Not even once in the Quran. Not one time.
That calls it
Not one. Not even once.
Why is it so hard?
Like if you can even mention it one time, okay, maybe I give you some credit.
Non-Jew that
but not even once, brother.
Why?
Not even once.
She can't.
Not even once.
They're like, she stopped computing. They stop computing. These fucking wannabe kikes. They stop computing. They can't deal with history.
Want to be what?
Deal with history.
These want to be what?
History, you piece
These
of
want to be
shit.
what?
From history.
Wait, these want to be what?
Use ChatGPT.
He used the K word. He used the K word.
You're brown convert trash. You're not even.
There it is. Fucking convert, you retarded.
You are. How do you know you're not, though? How do you know you're not?
Because it's literally in my DNA.
How do you know? So what?
It's down from mother to mother to mother to mother to mother.
Converted to Judaism.
No.
It's called the Himyarite kingdom. Seriously, look it up. It's called the Himyarite.
Oh my God,
Arabs
bro.
have been converting to Judaism from before Islam. So how do you know you're not?
How do you know
you're not an Arab convert? Seriously, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
How do I know? It's because it's been passed down from mother.
Walaloo, 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 walaloo. Happy Thanksgiving from me to you.
So
happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Welcome House 2024 special of the year starring Mikhail, Prince, Princessia, Diego. Walaloo, walaloo, walaloo. Hey, voila. Hey, voila, hey, voila, hey, voila. Et voila. Palestine protest we've organized on Thanksgiving. We do this every year at the Macy's Day Parade to disrupt the Zionist Israeli government from interfering with our progress to free the people of Palestine and to get the equal rights. We believe in the equal rights for all peoples, and we will make our peoples free from the river to the sea. Say it with me, everyone. From the river to the sea, my people will be free. Thank you for coming to our Macy's Day Parade. New York Police Department, but don't worry, our Democrat millionaire judges and attorneys will free you, no problem. So sit back, and just wait to get arrested in the protest. I want to thank you for coming. Allahu Akbar, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. Rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit. Quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit. Rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, rage quit. Rage quit, bitch. Rage quit, bitch.
حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح
Rage quit, bitch!
الله أكبر الله أكبر لا
When your little cub is sick, choose Genexa. It has the same effective pain and fever. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله
Quit, bitch!
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله
Allahu Akbar.
Rio
quit, rage quit, rage quit. Ribono Shaloilon, thank you for coming to our Thanksgiving holiday special with Cynic, Prince, my coach Joy, Roman, Nura Princessia, and of course the world famous for coming. We knew you were gonna come, and we hope you come again. And don't forget to Ribono Shaloilon. Ribono Shaloilon. Oi, 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 Ribono Shaloilon.
I want to sleep.
For the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Missionary.
Come to church with us this Sunday.
Ribono Shaloilon. A blessed Thanksgiving day. Joy now. Joy now. Ribono Shaloilon. May Hashem preserve the Israel Zionist state for 1,000 years. And may the Palestinian people be diasporated into the abyss for all time.
Lowe's knows big Black Friday deals start early. Online only this Thanksgiving Day. In this world, nothing is as it seems.
Fatima.
Okay, to you from a book called Aphorisms, a personal selection. This is for all you low IQ dingbats trying to learn English. It's called Love, Marriage, and Friendship. Home life, as we understand it, is no more natural to us than a cage is natural to a cockatoo. A fool knows more in his own house than a wise body in another man's. When family pride ceases to act, individual selfishness comes into play. Murder, like talent, seems occasionally to run in families. The regal and parental tyrant differ only in the extent of the dominions and the number of their slaves. When one has not had a good father, one must create one. Whenever there is a group of young people, there is a republic. With marriage, the system changes. Married couples want order, safety, peace, and quiet. They wish to live as a family in a family. As an orderly household, they seek for a genuine monarchy. Children are aliens, and we treat them as such. Children are horribly insecure. The life of a parent is the life of a gambler. A spoiled child never loves its mother. A child tells in the street what its father and mother say at home. The best brought up children are those who have seen their parents as they are. Hypocrisy is not the parents' first duty. Children, by loving their parents, after a time they judge them. Rarely, if ever, do they forgive them. When one makes children unhappy, one is a criminal and runs the risk of killing them. When one makes them happy, one does right, but one runs the risk of making them silly, presumptuous, and insolent. The words a father speaks to his children in the privacy of the home are not overheard at the time, but as in whispering galleries, they will be clearly heard at the end and by posterity. When a father gives to his son, both laugh. When a son gives to his father, both cry. Pastors come for your wine and officers for your daughters. I cannot bear the crying of children, but when my child cries, I don't hear. A man can deceive his fiancée or his mistress as much as he likes, and in the eyes of a woman he loves. As an ass may pass for a philosopher, but a daughter is a different matter. Appear, we justify all our weaknesses, compromises, snobberies by saying it's for all the children's sake. Okay, this is continuing on. This is Love, Marriage, and Friendship. Nobody can misunderstand a boy like his own mother. One must have the courage to give children up. Their wisdom is not ours. Men love their children, not because they are promising plants, but because they are theirs. Love is presently out of breath when it is to go the children to the parents. Father's birthday, he would have been 96 yesterday, and could have been 96 like other people one has known, but mercifully was not his life, would have utterly ended mine. Come for your inheritance, and you may have to pay for the funeral. We were already 20 in my family, so my grandmother had a baby. It is not easy to find the relatives of a poor man. One would be in less danger from the wiles of the stranger. Own kin and kith were more fun to be with. The innkeeper loves the drunkard, but not for a son-in-law. Simple people suffer from mothers-in-law, intellectuals from daughters-in-law. The awe and the dread with which the untutored savage contemplates his mother-in-law are amongst the most familiar facts of anthropology. A man is reputed to have thought and eloquence. He cannot, for all that, say a word to his uncle. Great geniuses have the shortest biographies. Their cousins can tell you nothing about them. Unmarried men are best friends, best masters, best servants, but not always best subjects. Friendship is almost always the union of a part of one mind with a part of another. People are friends in spots. Shared joys make a friend, not shared sufferings. Man is full of desire. Only those who can satisfy them all. This man is a good mathematician. Someone will say, but I have no concern for mathematics. He would take me for a proposition. That one is a good soldier. He would take me for a besieged town. I need, that is to say, a decent man who can accommodate himself to all my desires in a general sort of way. Thus I was wretched, and my wretched life was dearer to me than my friend had been. Gladly as I would have changed it, I would rather have been deprived of my friend of my grief. One must not become attached to animals. They do not last long enough, or to men they last too long. If anyone is to remain pleased with you, he should be pleased with himself whenever he thinks of you. In friendship, nobody has a double. The friend does not count his friends on his fingers, they are not numerable. The language of friendship is not words but meanings. What friends really mean to each other can be demonstrated by the exchange of a magic ring or a horn than by psychology. Most men's friendships are too inarticulate. Friendship cannot live with ceremony, nor without civility. A man knows his companion in a long journey in a little inn. We have fewer friends than we imagine, but more than we know. Sometimes we owe a friend to the lucky circumstance that we give him no cause for envy. A man who hides patronage or even charity behind the name and appearance of friendship suggests that infamous priest who poisoned people with holy waters. To have a good enemy, choose a friend. He knows where to strike. Everybody's friend is nobody's. Who boasts to have won a multitude of friends has ne'er had one. Someone said there are two persons whom I have not thought deeply about. That is the proof of my love for them. The more friends, the less we flatter them. Friendship is like money, easier made than kept. Few friendships would endure if each party knew what his friend said about him in his absence, even when speaking sincerely and dispassionately. Whoever has flattered his friend successfully must at once think himself a knave and his friend a fool. To get to know a friend, you must share an inheritance with him. Fatal disease of friendship is gradual decay or dislike hourly, increased by causes too slender for complaint and too numerous for remote. However fastidious we may be in love, we forgive more faults in love than in friendship. There is not so good an understanding between any two, but the exposure by the one of a serious fault in the other will produce a misunderstanding in proportion to its heinousness. Don't tell your friends their social faults. They will cure the fault and never forgive you. No man regards himself as inferior to the man he most admires. We are easily consoled for the misfortunes of our friends if they give us the chance to prove our devotion. She is such a good friend that she would throw all her acquaintances into the water for the pleasure of fishing them out. Most people enjoy the inferiority of their best friends. Those friends who are above interest are seldom above jealousy. As in political, so in literary action, a man wins friends for himself by the passion of his prejudices. A wit remarked of an old companion who came back to him in his prosperity, he not only wants his friends to be well off, he insists upon it. If a friend tell thee a fault, imagine always that he telleth thee not the whole. How few of his friends' houses would a man choose to be at when sick? I might give my life for my friend, but he had better not ask me to do up a parcel. Who wants a person's faults? Go to those who love him. They will not tell you, but they know. Our friends show us what we can do. Our enemies teach us what we must do. Street angel, house devil. No one has ever loved anyone the way everyone wants to be loved. Rage quit, bitch.
בסל. קודש הקודשים. מלאך אלוקים. אני הכרתי את בבא סאלי כשהלכתי אליו בפעם הראשונה, זה היה בערב ראש השנה. מישהו שהיה כבר 4-5 שנים, לא היו לו פנים, והתחנן לפניי שאני אקח אותו והצדיק הזה, בירך אותנו, אבל האדם הזה מסכן, לא זכה להיפקד. עבר עוד חצי שנה, אומר לי, בוא, אז נלך לבבא סאלי. לקחתי אותו, ובירך אותו, לא הועיל. אמר לו, יותר אל תגיע אליי. זה משהו מפליא ביותר. אל תגיע אליי יותר. אמרתי לו, רבנו, זה פלוני, בן פלונית. מסכן כבר אחרי 5 שנים. בלי בנים. אמרתי לו שלא יבוא. אני הפכתי את השמיים. לא, אין תפילתי. כך הוא אומר לי. אין תפילתי מקובלת. משהו מפקיד לשמוע את הדברים. כאב לי מאוד עליו. אז מה נעשה? רבנו. ואז הוא חשב ככה. תשמע, טוב, תגיד לו שביום ההילולה שלו אור החיים הקדוש, רבנו חיים בן עטר הקדוש, ביצעו אצל בבא סאלי, אור חיים, במשהו, אי אפשר, ביום ההילולה של אור החיים הקדוש, שיגיע לציון הקדוש בהר הזיתים, יגיע לשם, ויתפלל מעומק הלב, והוא יענה. אור החיים קדוש, הוא יכול. 10 ילדים. אחרי זה. בין החכמים גדולים בתורה, הכל נפתח. מה זה גדר של אור החיים הקדוש? אנחנו לא מבינים.
Listen, stranger, did you get the idea? We don't like to see bad boys like you in town. Go get your mule.
See, that's what I want to talk to you about. He's feeling real bad. I don't think it's nice you laughing. See, my mule don't like people laughing. It's the crazy you're laughing at him. Now, if you apologize like I know you're going to.
Adios, amigos. Listen, stranger, did you get the idea? We don't like to see bad boys like you in town. Go get your mule.
See, that's what I want to talk to you about. He's feeling real bad. I don't think it's nice you laughing. See, my mule don't like people laughing. It's the crazy idea you're laughing at him. Now, if you apologize like I know you're going to.
Adios, amigos. Listen, stranger, did you get the idea? We don't like to see bad boys like you in town. Go get your mule.
See, that's what I want to talk to you about. He's feeling real bad. I don't think it's nice you laughing. See, my mule don't like people laughing. It's the crazy idea you're laughing. apologize like I know you're going to.
Rage quit, bitch. Rage quit, bitch. Rage quit, you little bitch. 3-0, bitch. Rage quit, bitch.